Chat, what the hell are you doing? What the hell is happening? Why are you already starting hype trains? And punching me in the face.
Making the mother of all omelets here, Jack.
And redeeming squats, but today was already leg day. How could you? Oh. Okay, now we're getting a little. Hold on, let me double check the thing. Okay, that count up there is not accurate. I was gonna say now there's 60 until you make me play Hello Kitty Island Adventure. It's the last 24 hours before Bloodlines 2 comes out. Don't you know? Don't you know? We're being proper goons because havoc. Oh, I see. I got you. Causing havoc again. You're not supposed to be causing havoc. You're supposed to be pillars of the community. You're supposed to protect the community and make sure business is doing right by us. You mean the Dark Souls game? No. Hold on. I was going to fix the overlay thingamadoohickey. Thingamadoohickey. Refresh cache. That's what I need to do. Boop. I did preload it, Praying. I already preloaded the whole thing. I got home from the gym and was like, let me check if I can preload it, because if not, I'm gonna be pissed if I have to download it during stream tomorrow.
Wake the fuck up, samurai. We have a city to burn.
I am proud of you, Ordain. Good job. Good job. Damn right. Damn right. Damn right, boys. Damn right. Out of curiosity, though, who's seen the news recently? Anybody hear that the AWS servers went down and apparently about 95% of crypto crashed to the fucking floor? How's that decentralized banking looking, boys? I made sliders for lunch because I stayed home from work. Hell yeah, dude. Which news? There's a lot of news. Israel broke the ceasefire, to no one's surprise. To literally no one's surprise. The Louvre got robbed. Fuck yeah, baby. Heister back in fashion. Let's go. They stole Napoleon's diamonds. Although apparently French people are blaming Israel, which is very interesting. I don't know what they know that we don't know, but from what I've heard is apparently French citizens are blaming Israel for stealing the gems. There's no telling who it is. More than likely, my guess is it's probably some schmucky billionaire somewhere who wants them for himself. Some egotist somewhere on the planet is like, I want those jewels for myself. Go steal them for me, boys, and I will pay you a shitload of money. Run the jewels. Looney Tunes ass crimes. Yo, heists are back, baby. Is that a recession indicator? I heard that because it took VR chat, and that's what I heard. Oh, gotcha. It's a lot of things went down with AWS. I know a lot of services went down. I completely missed it. I did not know that until after it was fixed this morning. DBD is broken and I'm going insane. DBD. I was to say, most places are like run by AWS. I don't know what it stands for. I just know that that's the acronym that they've been using. Not me smelting them down the jewels. Ordain. Are you telling me a Dutchman went to France? That's the most unbelievable part about that whole thing. Digital video disc. Amazon Web Service, I believe. That makes sense. That makes sense. Who's who of business that crashed 30% of the market? Correct. And most of crypto. Anything for the heist? Okay, I believe it now. I believe it now. I've already seen videos of people taking the piss of like standing outside the Louvre Museum and being like, hey guys, check out this new haul I just got. It's crazy. And like they're like pulling like rings and glasses and stuff out of their bag and be like, check this shit out. It's real cool. I can't wait to give it to my grandma. It's people absolutely taking the piss. France didn't get robbed. Sus. There's also somebody I saw that made the joke that's like, it'd be funny if it showed up in like Algeria. If like a politician, or I don't know if Algeria has like royalty or something, some place that was like previously colonized by France, and then it just shows up one day at a meeting. It's like, give us back our jewels. No. Fuck you. No. On the ground outside the Louvre in multiple pieces. Listen, it's fine. It's fine. Do you want to talk about some heinous stuff, though, that I literally just read? Apparently, amidst the government shutdown, the DHS, aka the Department of Homeland Security, has approved stick with me on this, $172 million jet for Kristi Noem. There's no money for the government. We have to go through a government shutdown. Oh, excuse me, while we send $4 trillion to Argentina, more money to Israel, as well as buy a fucking cunt a $100+ million jet. You can tell me that Napoleon's Diamonds doesn't sound like some wild euphemism? Correct. Every time I hear like royal jewels or like family jewels or anything, I always think nuts. I always think nuts. What the fuck? That much for a jet? Who knows what it is? Like $172 million for a jet is a 747? I don't fucking know, dude. Bad Ottoman on Cunt Airlines. Listen, it's probably because she gets bullied everywhere she goes, and she fucking deserves it, dude. She deserves it. And she's probably just like, I'm gonna need a private jet because I get bullied if I go on airlines, even if I'm in like first class. Just even cunt. It was Inti Egg part of it. Oh. Don't ask about the less. A jet is not $1,000. Maybe if you bought like a used tiny Cessna. $172 million jet though. What does that get you? What's your pleasure? What's your fear? Let me see. I want to know what. Oh, it's a Gulfstream 700. Oh, okay. So for anybody who doesn't know about Gulfstream, Gulfstream is basically the Rolls-Royce of jets. I only know this because my dad flew for a bunch of millionaires, and he flew a Gulfstream for them. And he would brag all the time about him flying a Gulfstream. At the time, I think it was a 670 or something like that. So a Gulfstream 700 is a crazy fucking pull. It might as well suck your dick, Void. It might as well suck your dick. It's very popular with televangelists. It's so weird to me, too, that like some millionaires will literally get multiple private jets. That's insane, too. Having one alone is insane. Deciding you need multiple is batshit. Hi, Pippin. I'm doing all right. I'm hanging in there. Hi, Super. How are you doing? Stash up behind the carnival is what I'm hearing. I do not have a jet, nor would I ever get a jet. I would be a-okay if I had to super commute, as some people call it, which is basically like you live in one city and to get to your job, you have to get on a fucking plane and fly across the country. This music makes me want to kill an exec. Good. Even self-care. The self-care is brought to you by the last of the gamer subs in my cup from the gym. Hi, Shadowways. How are you doing? That's actually a really cute emote. Hemoma? What is? Oh, it's a duck. Oh, it's the top of a duck. Oh. Where's the music? Oh, it's Nightmare. Okay, that's why. That's why it was really quiet. Use code Dark Carnival. Yep. At checkouts. Normal person treats pairs of jeans. Yeah, I have one jet for work and another to look good. Ugh. That's like finding out Taylor Swift has multiple private jets, and sometimes she sends them empty, mind you. She will send a jet empty somewhere just because, just so that she can, like, I guess, go somewhere else, travel a different way, and then get on the jet and fly somewhere else. Rolls-Royce doesn't have their own airplane line? I don't think so. I know they make airplane engines. I don't think they make their own, like, full thing. I think they only make the engines. Yeah, they only make engines. They're not a jet maker. They're only the world's leading engine manufacturer. I found a spoopy tape by well. Can we watch it? Who's we? You go watch it, Beef. You go watch it. I ain't watching that shit. Well, okay, maybe I will. Maybe I will for the sole fact that I need a new wife. My wife stacks are being depleted.
Step inside.
I don't know about the word depleted. More like have more love to go around. Shadoways, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing? Have you seen the necklace, the Napoleon jewels? I have not. Let's see. Napoleon jewels stolen. The pearl one? Or the emerald necklace? The emerald necklace, the crown jewels, or the like tiara looking thing. Bloodlines 2 is tomorrow, Super. Bloodlines 2 is tomorrow. And it literally becomes available to play midstream. Literally after the first hour of just chatting. My phone lit up, so I'd look down to see what it was. Thank you for the lurk check, Akon. All right, chat, time to check in. I need to see some emotes. I need to see some hellos. If you have not spoken yet today, this is your time to speak up. I see you. Put the knife down. That sandwich can wait. It's gonna be there after you say hi. Fearful, I am here. Also, I owe somebody squats. So let me do that real quick before I forget while it's on my mind. All right. Lucky to be tomorrow. I know. There's one more sleep until we get to play VTM. One more sleep. And then we're going to play it all fucking night. All night. Forget like usual? I do. I'm very forgetful. I am sorry. It's because I have a million thoughts a second. It's actually, oh, it is. It's right as stream starts. Oh, it's Jover, kids. It's so Jover. Mandatory view message. Shoving a beach ball sized eggplant up Twitch's ass. Thank you, viewer ordained, for your contribution. Is there anyone else that would like to contribute a mandatory view message to the channel? Another yapless day. There's going to be so much yapping while we're playing the game, so don't you dare worry, Sunstar. Life of a show. Are you talking about Taylor fucking Swift's? Oh, good lord. I also do know about like the secret thing, as well as like when people said they put the albums together. It's a little suspicious. Necklace. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? Official Taylor Swift store. How much is it? Where is it? Where is it? Is it not for sale anymore? It doesn't look like it's for sale anymore. Yeah, it's not for sale. Why is it all lightning bolts? Why is it a bunch of parallel lightning bolts? What? There's 8 parallel lightning bolts on this with a star at the end. No, there's 8. There's 8. God damn it, local. I've also heard some people bought like all the versions of the Life of the Showgirl album. And apparently when they put them all together, it basically just makes a very easy swastika. And then what was it? The AI generated like Easter egg video that you get from like one of her music videos if you scan it. All right, let me do these 20 squats real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. All right. Listen, chat, I am not surprised that Taylor Swift is a fucking monster, considering her entire career when she started out was basically bankrolled by her parents. Her dad was, I think it was a banker. He was either a banker or he was like a financer, and started her career with about $300,000. And then, hold on. Whew. Elle Griffith. And then, of course, she makes an entire career based off being, quote, baby girl and as being as parasocial as possible so that it gives the feeling that essentially any fan of Taylor Swift could potentially become her best friend. She made her following off of doing the thing that like some large VTubers do, of being so parasocial that it feels like every single one of your fans has a chance of meeting you, dating you, and doing like all this other stuff. Not even to mention the, what is it, the Gaylor Swift group that thinks Taylor is gay. Oh, goodness. I've never liked Taylor Swift's music either. It drives me up the wall. And I say that as someone that had a sister and a mom who really liked Taylor Swift. But she's never occurred to me in my entire life. Honestly, good. Honestly, good. That is the best policy and the best way you can hope for. When she was a country singer, that was mostly when we would like, that was the age where we were all like in the same car and somebody would have to pick the music. I would pick the music and it would almost always be one of like the classic rock CDs or something. But my sister would instead always play a Taylor Swift CD. A donut kind of sweet bakery called Americana. American. It's super yummy, but I have no clue how many Americans are in there. How many Americans per donuts? Remember, kids, always mix it into your donuts. Always remember to mix your Americans into the donut. Okay. Americans are 1/3 donuts? No. But how many Americans go into one donut? Does that mean that it takes 3 Americans to make one Americana donuts? Taylor Swift opens her mouth but wasn't singing. I just didn't like her. Because she's not a likable person. It's often more than likely the most vulnerable and... Oh, good Lord. Somebody already tried to make a I got pregnant at TwitchCon post. Uh-oh. Okay. She's pretty... It's starting to seem pretty close. It's starting to seem pretty close. And then she tries to dodge all... What's the word? Like, all credibility by both having her community shield her as she's just a baby girl. She doesn't know any better. Motherfucker, she's in her 30s, isn't she? Hold on. She's 35, dude. Hi, Redeem. Taylor Swift. No, she's 35. 35. That's what we just looked at. That's what we just looked at a minute ago. But it is... To try and defend Taylor Swift as she's just a baby girl or anything like that, to infantilize her as a defense is absolutely insane. That is a 35-year-old billionaire that you will never get to meet. You will never get to meet her. This is the message that if at some point this gets clipped and posted somewhere by the grace of God and somebody finds it and the Swifties come swinging, I'm telling you right now, none of y'all are ever going to be her friends. No matter how much you think that's the case, you're not getting invited to her wedding. This is an adult man goblin. Oh, God. Been miserable seeing everyone talk about how great friends they are and reminding me of my own loneliness. Do not let that sink into you because it is fake as shit. Some of them may be genuine, some of them may be real. And I've talked to people after every single TwitchCon. They are going to go home and they are not going to stream until like today's Monday. Some of them probably won't stream until Thursday or Friday. It's because 1, Concred. 2, they actually had such a miserable time and are so exhausted they have no will to be sociable anymore. Can they have fun? Oh, absolutely. I want to meet my friends if I get to go to TwitchCon someday. I want to do all of that. But do I have any illusion that it's going to be a 100% fantastic and awesome like event? Fuck no. Fuck no. Despite being knowingly COVID plus, she caused super spreader events that have killed a non-zero number. Yes, correct. Great Grandpa Steyer? What is that? No. No physical contact. I'm also extremely socially anxious. This is why we need Malincon, but with a better name. Oh, this is empty. Hold on, I'm getting my water bottle. Ow. We'll be the best security goons. Nah, y'all won't need to protect me. Y'all need to hold me back. I'll start fights. Okay. Yeah, precisely. It's also, I'll never like offer a hug because I live under the assumption that it's just like, I'm never going to be the one. I don't want to be the one that's like, do I get a hug or do I throw my arms out? I will never be the one to initiate that shit. Somebody else is going to have to do it. Somebody else is going to have to do that shit. Anxious being. Do not infantilize me like people do to Taylor. She's just a bean. She's just a baby. That's a 35-year-old billionaire that you're defending. She has more money than you will ever see. Your entire family will ever see combined. Bottle of water. My bottle of water. Hi, Kono. Such a good little bean. Kono, I bullied you the entire weekend. Speaking of bullying Kono. Kono over here hanging out with other big titty content creators. Well, I'd say big titty content creators. And I'm not talking VTubers. Kono's over here swinging dick with some of the biggest titties I've ever seen, probably on Twitch. Bullying Kono's playing into his trap. You are kind of right in a way. According to the US government, I'm a super terrorist just because? Correct. Welcome to the club, baby. You can't bully me. I won TwitchCon, Kono. I have no high opinion of that woman that you took a picture with. Same thing with the others from like, was it 2 years ago? Or was it 1 year ago? You sent me pictures one of those years of the other big titty streamers that you took a picture of, and my opinion is low. I am a shallow person and a jaded person at this point. I don't care what they do. Walking around TwitchCon like that? I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. What, VTubers? They aren't VTubers. That's what I said. They're not VTubers. Yeah. Charlotte Munster and then Demora Avarice was the one that you sent me this year. I know, you told me. You told me. VTubers? I mean, if you want to call them that, sure. Okay. I'm a happy boy. You can be a happy boy. I'm just not a fan of him. There's really nothing in their whole thing that I could find appealing. Happened to TwitchCon this time. I heard, yeah, Ember, wait, Chibidoki? What happened to Chibidoki? You met, okay, now I'm jealous. Now I'm jealous. You got to meet Lean Beef Patty? Fuck you, damn it. You didn't tell me that. You didn't tell me that. That's something I would have liked to know. I couldn't give a less about Demona, but you got to meet Lean Beef Patty? Jesus. Sorry, I just saw the video of Tom Clancy picking up some girl with red hair and then basically dropping her. I won TwitchCon? All right, you won TwitchCon. You may have won at that time. Yeah, the Lean Beef Patty. Does she count as bodybuilder? Or is she just a fitness influencer? Right? Granted, I think the biggest gripes I had was how many people I see at the beginning of TwitchCon every goddamn year.
Well, look
that
at
always
you.
makes a post. It's like, here's my fit for the day, guys. Wait, what does that say? Sky in Hobro official? Skyzen Hobroficial? Skyzeno? Broficial? Brofical. Hi, Sky! That's what we're going with. Yeah, that's what I thought. Fitfluencer. But see, I don't think she's a bodybuilder. Her whole thing is looking fit rather than like being big. Oh, what I was saying though was the number of people that I see every fucking day of TwitchCon that always do. Guys, don't I look so cute? Don't I look so unique and quirky and you'll be able to pick me out of a crowd? And then there's 200 of those posts. And most of them look the same. That just do. Why you showed up to TwitchCon in little frilly dresses? Why do you do this? They're just making content? That is not content. That is bait, is what it is. What are we making big, huh? I ignore all TwitchCon posts. I usually do. But every year it comes around and every year I basically look like the grumpy old man squinting in a dark room at a fucking monitor. I usually avoid, I almost always avoid Twitter, but when I go to like make posts, I'll scroll a little bit. Bait is just successful content, Marin. Shut the fuck up, Kono. I already know you have low morals. You don't need to lecture to me about what quote unquote good content is. Do you think I don't know what gets the fucking clicks and get the follows? I just refuse to demean myself to the level to fucking do it. Nor do I have the confidence to ever post a picture of my body on fucking social media. I know tits get clicks, baby. That's not new. After this year's TwitchCon, I'm gonna suplex Kono like he's the fucking train from Final Fantasy. Listen, my thighs are only posted in one place, and that is the fucking Not Safe for Work channel on Discord, and that's where they're gonna fucking stay. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Sin. Let me see here. Oh, good lord. Wait, cut a meet and greet shorts? Huh? Intern told me to walk all the way to the help desk to get permission to enter my meet and greet because they're what? Cut us short and we didn't get to meet everyone. I'm so sorry. If you see me around the con, please feel free to say hi. Hold on. It was the staff claimed that Chibi was the one that cut it short. Too long and for safety, they didn't want us staying. Oh, Twitch staff apparently claimed that Chibi was having voice problems and therefore cut it short, which was made up on the spot. Crazy. Content cares not about your morals. Correct. Correct. I do know that. And I wish I could get over it, but I am way too fucking jaded. Sorry, I saw a piece of art and for a second I thought it was Kona. It was not. It was not. Well, look at you. Koichi, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing? Oop, dropped this chapstick. Threw away the gifts fans had for her citing safety concerns. No, Kono, it's not you. It was not you. It was a mushly boobly woman with the hair of Kona, but that's about it. But according to the post, it was commissioned by somebody named Weebex. That has no profile picture for some reason. The Stephen King clown? You're talking about it or Pennywise? Well, that's the same thing, but Pennywise. Canceling things and blaming creators. That's insane. That's genuinely insane. Also, the fucking security issues, that's so stupid, dude. If somebody came in, this is on the Emery situation. If somebody came in, randomly kissed a person that was holding an event, and then pulled a knife, somebody should have beat his fucking ass. I don't care if it was security or somebody in line. That man should have had his shit rocked. How about they just cancel TwitchCon? They'll never do it. They make way too much money from it. Actually, the Dinosaur, thank you for the follow. Holy shit, I'm never going to TwitchCon? Yeah. My cat stole the other piece? That's hilarious. They'll never cancel TwitchCon. They will try to pull it off every year they can, no matter what. It smells, but I probably won't get shanked. The thing is, too, is I thought they used to have metal detectors at TwitchCon. I do not know how that person got into the fucking... What was it? How they, like, got in with the knife? What they do? Hide it in their ass? That's even worse. Somebody gets stabbed with that, they're going to the hospital. The thing is Imru's security, her own security, was banned last year because they dealt with a stalker. A stalker showed up and was following her at TwitchCon, and the security guard got rid of him, and instead of the stalker getting banned, the security guard did. So she didn't have her personal security this year. Plastic knife can do some damage too. I'll break that fucking thing. You can give me scratches and like mild cuts in here with the plastic knife, but the damage I do to your face is going to be so much worse. I refuse to listen to this interview too that's going around of somebody named Taylor Lawrence interviewing Dan Clancy, I guess at TwitchCon, and him apparently blaming Imru for the fucking the situation. It's a Roblox situation? Yep. I mean, no, listen, one freak's money is not worth the harassment and the bad PR that they get every year when this shit happens. It's so stupid. I will never understand how they could not just rock that dude's world and have him permanently banned. It took them until I think it was like 1 a.m. to find the dude too. Like he's playing Scrabble. Oh my God. Listen, if there was actually a better streaming platform alternative, I would use it simultaneously to like slowly transfer over there, but there's fucking not. Twitch doesn't understand that crazy people exist. True, and most of them are the fans that show up to TwitchCon. Because while a good portion of it is pretty much just creator focused, like it's businesses, networking and everything, they invite the fans part, and you end up with like these parasocial events. Go on Kick, fuck that. I did make an account on Kick, but it was literally only to save my name and just guarantee that somebody doesn't like steal it over there or something. But I have never used it, not even once. That was when like Kick kind of just showed up. I was like, I'll make an account just to guarantee that they can't like, somebody can't yoink it. That's my name, baby. I came to me hold on. I just realized I'd left an extra light on. Hold on. Give me a second. Okay. Sorry. I just looked over. My bathroom light was on for some reason. No imposters allowed. Now she stares into space. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's why if I ever do a meet and greets, I'm doing it from afar. I will do it from home. I will television in to do it. And we will be doing it digitally. We'll be doing the screen situation. I am not doing an in-person meet and greet. Mainly because I don't want to beat up any of you if you do something weird. Baird, go waste electricity. That's what I got. That's what, as soon as I noticed it, I went and turned it off. We're going to be playing Bloodlines 1 today. Today's going to be the last day of Bloodlines 1, regardless of where we end up. So hold on a second. Uh-oh. The Bloodlines 2 Discord has another... Okay, learn the setting, Vampire 101. Okay. Oh, good lord. Don't even get me started, though, on remote concerts. Even Friends, and I apologize for this. No matter what I do, I cannot listen to Friends covers. So many Friends do art stuff. I have this thing for whatever reason. You know how when people make those like weird, those posts where like, this gives me the ick, and it's like something completely harmless? That's me with listening to my friends sing. They could be the best. I upload Horace covers. I upload Horace song covers for him. I have never listened to a single one. I have never listened to a single one. I am going to be honest. Solo Scar, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I said Leo. I said thank you for the follow too from Leo, right? I think I did. It gives me that just like I don't know, man. It's just one of those things that I can't do. And it's not even like I love Chi-Chi's music. I've met Chi-Chi and I still love listening to Chi-Chi's covers. But there's a point for some reason, after I become friends with a person, I could not listen to them sing. Cognitive dissonance? I don't know. I don't know. So I shouldn't expect you to listen to my music? I don't think I did. And B, I don't think I did. I don't remember. If it was a long time ago, maybe I did. Would an original song by Friends be heard or just covers not being sung by the original? Either of them. I would not be able to listen to either of them. Original or covers. It's not even that they're bad. It's that I can't enjoy them for whatever reason. I can't even listen to Issa's songs. Issa the Crow. After we met and hung out a little bit, there was a point where like I started listening to her music and then I'm like, something's wrong. Something's wrong. What about side by side with a friend? You mean like if I was in like a call with them and we both listened to it? I don't know, dude. I could not tell you why. But again, once I become friends with a person and they start doing music or they've been in music, I can't listen to the songs anymore. I will still often try to support them. And I've done it before with a couple people's stuff where I will turn it on and like let it play on repeats. And I will just reduce the volume to the point where I can't hear it. And I'll never hear it again. Me getting to meet the Nightwish singer. I don't know if it's about unknown. I don't know what the deal is. It's just one of those things that I can't do. The thing is though, like, it doesn't extend to like normal YouTube videos or anything because I love the shit out of like Laser Pigs videos and Animarchy's videos. And I watch them as soon as they come out. Only vocals? Only vocals. I can listen to instrumentals. In fact, I would love to hear instrumentals that friends make. I know a couple friends that do like digital music for other people, and I listen to those all the time. It's lyrics. It's just as soon as I hear a friend's voice, I'm just like, ugh. I have no idea who Lizzie Hale is the singer, isn't she? That's another lurk check, kids. Time to check in. Are you still there? I see you. Hey, you, close Battlefield 6 for a split second. You're fine. You've been dying every 30 seconds. Just come over to chat and say hi. The keys. Here, let me get the keys. Jingle, jingle, jingle. Jingle, jingle, jingle. Rude. You make instrumentals? Ooh. I'll do a few. That's true. But the reason is because their videos are so long and they put so much research into it. Like, I get to chat with Andy on occasion when he's like either doing scripting or like editing a script, and his shit gets long. Mandatory view message shoves basketball-sized turnip and eggplant up Twitch's reproductive organ. Just random reproductive organ.
Well, look at you.
Serpent Yuki, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing? Oop. Glasses. No one here but us chickens. Fuck you, you can't lurk. Suction cup man. Suction cup man. Why does that sound familiar? I could not even tell you why that sounded familiar. Oh my god. Mandatory view message. You are now manually breathing. Please and thank you. Also, hold on, I'm about to cough up a lung. Are you Suction Cup Man DHS? Look at me go! Oh my god. Did I hear Suction Cup Man? Hi, Ajax. Hi, Hectic. What are you up to, boss man? What trouble are you getting into? I'm complaining and introducing some of my icks to chat, which is the second I become friends with a singer, I can't listen to their music. If I listened to their stuff before, their only exception has been Chi Chi. The only exception of a musician I have talked to in person that then immediately didn't get the ick from their songs afterwards is Chi Chi. His last Russian Aviation, which was only about the 15, had something like 200k words at one point. Yep. Why are the cups being suctioned though? Gonna be doing a little bit of stream work. Ooh. Are you working on the game again? Or like the what's it called? Oh, I'm brain farting. I don't remember. I don't remember. That many VTubers are good singers, but I could be jaded because I live in a house full of singing girls. Makes sense. There's like Issa is really good. That's like basically what her career is on right now. I'm pretty sure I know she's on Spotify. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, Issa Korva. 86,000 monthly listeners is pretty fucking good. Pretty fucking good. But again, I used to hang out a little bit with her. Not in a while. But like ever since I did that, I can't listen to her music anymore. She even had a really good cover of something that I liked. I can't think of it off the top of my head because I haven't listened to it in so long. But like I can't listen to horror songs. I can't listen to any other friends that sing. I don't think I've ever been able to listen to, oh, what was it? Miki did a cover back when she debuted her first major model. And I listened to it once and I was like, that's really good. And then I listened to it again. And I was like, why do I hate this now? Why do I hate this? What the fuck happened? I can't remember what song it was. It was one of my favorite songs. Was it a Greatest Showman song? I don't remember this. I don't remember what song it was. Snake Eater? Huh? The song from well, Snake Eater, Metal Gear Solid. Getting into a violent argument with Marion so she can like your music? No. The thing too is I don't really listen to other VTubers songs. I listened a couple times, like years ago, I used to actually listen to Amelie's songs. The thing is though, now when I go listen to them, especially when she does like Japanese, well, she does English covers of Japanese songs. I listen to some of them and they kind of drive me ballistic because for whatever reason, a lot of her translations don't like jive. I don't know why. They just don't. Like certain lyrics, certain things that are like supposed to rhyme or definitely have better lyrics that could go there, feel like they were like Google translated. Amelie? Monarch. Oh, I closed Spotify. That's why there's no more music. I'm an idiot. I'm a moron. Okay, there we go. There we go. I do not know. I get the ick for some reason. It's for whatever reason, it's like those videos of people that'll be like, adding this to my new ick list, and it's like something borderline harmless. And for whatever reason, listening to my friends sing is one of them. Helps Ombling Rife translation actually uses Google Translate at some parts they have trouble with. That's what it is like when I listen to an Amelie cover, especially like I used to listen to her cover of the Soul Eater theme, the first theme, and I used to like it. And then I started listening to some of the other people's covers of that theme, and almost every single one's translation is better. At least out of like the larger singers. They're just better. And I'm like, okay, Amelie sounds like it's Google Translate compared to these other people's. Resonance. Resonance. You're quite far away from being a moron. I'm a dork, if anything. I'm a dork mostly. But I'm not really the smartest person in the room most of the time. Can I argue? Fuck yeah, I'm an opinionated bitch. But you know how it is. Well, hate me? No, go ahead and do the music and stuff that you want. Don't do things I don't hate the person. I don't hate the person. It's just my brain when I go listen to friends sing. I'm like, for some reason, I just get like the, why? This is one of my favorite songs. You have to be smart in order to argue. I can argue a lot of things. And I will always argue a lot of things. But again, I don't think I'm ever the smartest person in the room. Marin is not actually 100% correct. Don't believe the propaganda. Also correct. No one is 100% correct. I'm wrong frequently. Y'all have told me when I'm wrong, and I will go look and be like, oh, okay, I didn't know that. Mean to friends singing? No, I'm not mean to friends singing. If they want to go sing, that's up to them. If they want to sing, that's up to them, and I will support them in the best ways I can, except listening to the song. I will literally turn on, if somebody uploads a song to Spotify and I want to support them, I will put that bitch on infinite loop and go over to my XLR and slide the volume to the ground. You're wrong or mistaken. Nobody likes to be wrong. It's kind of baked into like human psychology is nobody likes to be told they're wrong. Because especially sometimes, because being told you're wrong to some people can be both an attack on their character as well as an attack on who they are as a person. Always research the Marin's claims. Hey, that's a good practice. I mean, if something I say doesn't sound right or just sounds like completely blown out of proportion, I highly recommend looking it up. I like being wrong because it means I get to learn something new. Correct. A day you don't learn something new is a day wasted. The golden song beef. To get used to the idea and feeling of being wrong with a subject or situation. Yep. I don't know if everybody has the, has the ability or will or even time to do a research all claims, because you could dissect a single idea into hundreds of claims. But to at least understand, say something like, this thing costs $250 million. Well, that doesn't seem right. That sounds like it's way overpriced. Tappity tappity tap, looks up the thing. Holy shit, it is that much. Why the fuck is it that much? Oh, it's because it's a fucking art conspiracy and a money laundering scheme. Didn't force them to listen to friends' songs? No. Never. You'll never take me alive. At least enough to know a claim smells like bullshit. True. True. Oh, it's the drug song. Oh, good Lord. Okay. Drugs. Drugs. Remember, kids, drugs are bad, okay? Drugs are bad, okay? Winners do drugs. Winners do not do drugs. Sorry, I just saw a really cool PNG that's I really like the style of. Does this person do commissions open? All right, how much are their PNGs? How much are the PNGs? This is very important. Oh, I gotta sneeze. Oh my goodness. They don't have their commissions on Ko-fi. What the hell? Why is it commissions open followed by a Ko-fi link? Blue Sky? Follow though. Yes, excellent. Excellent. And then there's still no commission link! God damn it! Blue Sky mentioned? Yes, Blue Sky. Where's the... They have like a post? No? Why do you do this to me? How can you show off cool art, have commissions open in your bio, and then just have nothing? Put the PNGs in the bag. That's like, I still haven't gotten any serious PNGs of 2.0 since we debuted it. All of my PNGs are goofy. Plus, I kind of want to get a PNG of me as like whatever our first playthrough vampire is going to be in Bloodlines 2. But more than likely, it's probably going to take way too long, and I don't think I have the money for it. Oh, well. I'll just, I guess, have to wait and see. I'll bell them just in case. Wait and see whenever they post the thingamadoohickey. Oh, hey. Discount on the Tobii eye tracker, 15% off. If you, because they teamed up with Star Citizen. Sick. Sick. Are they Edicon? Who's Edicon? The artist? I don't think so. They just posted PNGs that they made for their character, but dressed as like, looks like the Silent Hill nurse and then the girl from Silent Hill F. I'm doing my part. Blocks all of the US official accounts on Blue Sky. Correct. If y'all didn't hear about that or didn't know about it, the US, like the EPA, the DHS, and all that jazz, now have accounts over on Blue Sky. You can actually look them up and they are all available. And you can block them all. There's even some people that have made lists. Some people have already made lists so that you could just go through the list and block them all. I heard a call for art. You heard her, fellas? Listen, I always love fan art. Every single piece of fan art I save and have stored away. Step inside. I'm a fuck you. Is that a promise? Are you making a promise to me? Is there something else you have to say? Well, I'm waiting. I'm waiting, Ima. I would. I'm proud of you, baby. Welcome in. Anyway. Don't need you to go through it manually, but yes, that is probably better to do. Oh. Huh. Portmanteau fart? Wait, what? What does that mean? You ever listen to the voices in your head and turn art into portmanteau? When I have the voices scampering around in my head, I send them to Claude. And sometimes they turn into drawings. It's block any of the United States official accounts. You can't do that. I mean, don't you see how mad he was whenever he was getting blocked all over Twitter? Let me make sure I get the screen down real quick because ad break is going to start in about 7 seconds. And then let me grab the link for this because we're going to do stream pairs today. Yoink, yoink, yoinkity yoink. Boop. That's not the right one. Didn't I just change this? There we go. There we go. Stream! All right, I'm going to start this chat. I need to refill my water, and then I'll be back to answer some other questions. Hello, DTS. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. You can't do that. Watch me. Watch me. Moderation lists specifically have a subscribe button at the top. Clicking it gives you 2 options, mute all or block all. Oh, can you get the link for that, Sunstar? Can you get me the link for that? Stream pairs, huh? Yeah, pairs. Like my hips. Don't look at those. I'll be back in a second. Have fun, kids. What are y'all wheezing at? What are y'all wheezing at? What's going on? What'd I miss? Oh, thank you, Sensar. Let me... I actually have to do this the annoying way, which is to highlight it. Oh, but then I don't have the other page open. Subscribe. Block every single one of these accounts. Excellent. I did not know that was a thing. That is a very cool feature. I like that feature. Yeah, I did not know moderation lists were a thing. That's kind of crazy. But I guess that also means that if they add like another page to that list, does it automatically get blocked? I guess it automatically gets blocked. That's the way I imagine it working. Okay, we've had eyes 4 minutes. I was like, how long have we had eyes? The most of stream? Most of the stream, I'm pretty sure. Chat, don't flub it. Don't flub it, chat. Don't fail the flags. Don't fail the flags. 2 more. 2 more. You need 2 more. Come on, babies. Oh, man. Oh, I didn't actually type that in. But it'd be useful if I typed it in. Oh, come on. I know it's 66 and something around there. Damn it. Okay, at least we finished it. At least we finished it. Okay, one. That's why sometimes manually doing it is better. Ah. Luckily, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing? All right. Let me step inside. Ultra Instinct Kaizen, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing? Where are all y'all coming from? What is going on? There's a lot of new people today. At least Sunstar didn't steal mine again. Eat frozen pie past October 8th. Why wouldn't it be? When else are you going to eat frozen pie? Wait, what kind of frozen pie? This is important. This is very important. I follow everyone? What do you mean you follow everyone? Thank you, Ima. Yeah, this is the playlist that we play almost every stream. The trolling on the government accounts is pretty good. Good. I love fucking, what is it, activism frivolity or political frivolity? Where you essentially just make fun of them or make them look ridiculous. Put on your clown makeup. Wear your pajamas outside. Get one of those goofy as shit inflatable costumes. Quit making pie of me, beef pie. Here, let me do a thing real quick too. I need to start moving all of these things over. They make them look like clowns, true. But it's the idea of making them looking, one, politically insane, actually insane. I did. Whoop. Yeah, I forgot I turned the music up. That's my bad.
Can't bread over every egg.
That's true, Ordain, but the idea is basically if they try to do what rhetoric they're doing now, like when it comes like Kristi Noem, they're being like, these are the ultra violent Antifa types that are attacking our beautiful armed officers on the street as the camera zooms in on a person dressed in a chicken costume. And it's just like, do you hear yourself? Do you see yourself? Are we blind? Is there something you see that we don't see? That lady is just wearing a chicken costume and giving you the middle finger.
Look at you.
Demonic Phoenix, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Yeah, Antifa means pro-fascist. We're against Antifa. I was gonna say, do you know what you're saying? Or even worse, what was it, last week? I'm pretty sure it was last week. Who heard about the all of the young Republican representatives as well as a couple senators that were found to be in a group chat where they said they actually, you know what? Hold on. Let me go find those texts. Let me go find some of the things that they said. Okay. Here's a couple things. These are going to be just kind of out of the section. Yes, I Love Hitler was one of them. Quote, everyone that votes no is going to be gassed. When do we bring that side out? Also, we are officially under consideration for a Trump endorsement. I'm ready to watch people burn now. Great, I love Hitler. You give nationals too much credit and expect the Jew to be honest? Are you going to do whatever it takes? I'd go to the zoo if I wanted to watch monkey play ball. If you ever had a leak of this chat, we would be cooked for real, for real. Kick the bitch. Everyone that endorsed but then votes for us is going to the gas chamber? What? Are they saying that they're going to gas their own people that voted for them? What? Stay in the closet followed by the F slur. This girl is fully R word. They love the watermelon people. Boom, they're dead. When do we start bullying, dude? It was rape, and he also hates the Jews. And this is reminding you, these are part of the quote, young Republicans, but these people are from they're in their 20s and 30s. They're in their 20s and 30s. Wait, 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 wait. Wait, 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 wait. If they vote for... Wait, wait, wait. We had solid 3 people who can probably have them want to jump? If they vote for us, why would they be gassed? When do we bring that side out? I'm going to create some of the greatest physiological torture methods known to man. And then in reply to, if they vote for us, why would they be gassed? We only want true believers. Can we fix the showers? Gas chambers don't fit the Hitler aesthetic. I'm ready to watch people burn now. We gotta pretend that we like them. Hey, come on in, take a nice shower and relax. Boom, they're dead. And people are trying to fucking defend them by saying they're a bunch of kids. Mind you, the youngest person in here is like 25. And some of these people are sitting politicians. And some of them are either sitting politicians running for leaders of certain like young Republican groups. Yeah. Yeah, with no power or connections. Or staffers, yes, also correct. Because they're 1, uncreative, and 2, demonstrably heinous. Either they leave or we fucking riot. They need to be hit with bricks. The bullying part we can bring back. We can bully these people. It's swirly time, baby. But yeah, that was the thing that happened last week, 6 days ago, apparently. Whatever happened to drain the swamp? It was frivolity. It meant nothing. They were never going to do it. They wanted to be the swamp. Do you think they have not even taken an inch to draining this swamp, as they called it? Bully them? Let's punch them in the face? Yep. The tar and feathers and running people out on a rail? Yep. Yep, precisely. All right. Alrighty then. Chat, are we ready for vampire? Are we ready for some vampire time? Vampire the Masquerade. Oh god, I have to type more of it out. Give me bloodlines, please. All right. That's my swamp. I don't know you. Listen. All right, let me get the game up and running first. First. Let's do vampire politics. Yeah, I guess. I guess that's going to be the trade-off we're doing here. And then let me make sure I change. Oh, okay. It's already targeting the right thing. So we could probably just swing right on over to... Oh, hold on. That's right. I need to go over here instead. We'll stop the music here. Load game. And the thing here is I'm not even gonna get to warm up, because if I remember correctly, we loaded in, we like quick saved outside of like a door inside the Society of Leopold. Wait a second. Hello? I was looking at the threat meter on the left side. All right. Oh god, why did it have to be a load area? Vampire British Putin. Isn't he? Is he British? I thought he was Belgian. Okay. Okay, there's 2 goons down there. 2 whole goons. Step inside, step inside. Hello, Zorn. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing? There's so many new people today. What's going on? I figured they were German. Oh no, Bach is German. Bach's German, but no, Society of Leopold is like a global thing. Oh, he's got the machine gun too. I know too, though, if I drop down there, he's gonna see me. Oh, shit. Seriously? The thing too, though, is I'm pretty sure if I drop down, he'll do a 180. That's the thing too that we had last time that I got so frustrated with, is that these guys are broken. I can't actually sneak up on them. Like, it basically just doesn't work 90% of the time. We could try it with blood buff, maybe. We gotta wait for that guy to pace back, though. I'm so fucking excited, Bard. I already pre-downloaded it. That is such a weird routing path. Got him. Multiple Ithicas inside that box. That's crazy. All right, when this guy pats back, then we will, we're gonna drain this one. Methinks. He's gonna 180. And then we're just gonna drain him dry. Also, the floor disappears. Give me your ammo. Okay. That actually went really well. Yum, 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 yum. Question is, though, is how many are we going to run into this tunnel? Hold on. Do we have any experience right now? No, we got 1 experience. Okay. And if you're wondering why sometimes you get like this jittery moment, it's because I'm saving like a bitch. Generator 1, generator 2. Oh, what are those lights? Jesus.
Are the stories true about him, I mean? Brother Grunfeld? Yes. What stories have you heard, young brother?
Oh God, where are those guys pathing?
Some say he saw his own mother eaten alive by a coven of witches, and others that he once killed an elder vampire with his bare hands. There are even whispers that he is the resurrected Saint Leopold, come to lead his armies into the final battle.
Oh, mother eaten alive by a coven of witches. Jesus.
Not all stories you hear are true. Brother Grunfeld is a good soldier just as you.
Okay.
Have faith in God and a discipline to stand in his.
Whoop.
It is also said that he once killed a man of the Brotherhood because he refused.
Oh no. They're all Ithicas. Why are they all Ithicas? You don't see shit. It's too dark for you to see. Oh, there's a light right there. Should be fine. Thank God. Thank God. Leveling stealth was nuts. Because Ithaca's these nuts? Huh? And Kami, did you see the... Jesus, what the fuck? Huh? Oh my God. What? start shooting. Holy shit. I was gonna say, they've ruined literally anybody's day. Are you serious, dude? Look at him. Look at him go. Oh my goodness. Here, we're just gonna reload because I'm pretty sure that he's just broken, but he is like aggroed onto me. Although another thing is, I do not know why I can see those lamps through the walls. Maybe it was that guy that saw me and I just didn't realize it. I think that's what it was. But I can't be 100% sure on that. Oh!
Who's there?
Seriously?
Gonna need some backup.
Oh my god. He turned around the exact second I walked forward. You mean who's there? Hi, Nova. It's terrible because we are at the point where it feels like no matter how many stats you have in things, these guys have supernatural fucking hearing. It's like, I don't know if I should be using presence to just reduce all of their stats, or if I should just be using blood buff to try and get past him. Whew. You see nothing. Shut up. Okay. I was gonna say, yeah, goons with supernatural hearing. Now, I would have liked to pick these guys off, but in this game, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. Better tell the boss. Better go tell the boss. Ooh, what are you? Cell keys. Ooh. Okay, hold on. We're gonna save here. Okay. Oh, that's me. Oh, it's gonna be Bach sharpening his weapon, isn't it? Oh, no, it's not Bach. It's the sniper boss fight. Great. You missed. Y'all can't see the full message, but it literally just says, you missed.
I knew Johansson would lure the servant to save me, but I set this guy for the Archfiend himself. Where is Lacroix?
Give me Johansson, I'll let you live? You think LaCroix would come here alone?
When LaCroix runs out of minions, he will show me his face, and God will guide my shots through it. Before
Fucking
I
got him, boys.
return the nation
Fucking
in the
got him.
arms.
All right. Also, hold on. We just took a Remington, didn't we? Oh, we got one bullet in it. That's not going to be worth it. Break out the deagle. How you doing, back? Where are you? Ow! Jesus. Oh, I clicked the wrong key. Also, that is not what I meant to hit. We need to change you to the deagle. You're actually fine. We'll change 9 to ranged weapons, not Glock. Stour, the AUG? I think that's what it is. Hey, buddy. Oh! Where is he? Oh, did not mean to do that. There's no scope when it comes to this. He's gonna hit me again. Ow, bitch. Also, these fucking signs. Hi. I can't. Where is he? Oh, he's up there on the stairs. Ow. Eat pants. Come down here, motherfucker. Actually, I don't think I can climb in that space. Ow, what? Oh, the thing exploded. Oh! What the hell? The game crashed. Wait, what the fuck just happened? What the hell? That was so weird. Yeah, the game just crashed. Hold on a second. Yeah, the game crashed, and I think I hit like space or something at the same time. So it snapped back to the last program I had open. Unofficial patch. No, it popped up and was like too many touch links, whatever that means. The game crashed, and so it went to like OBS, which was like the last program I touched. And I think I hit spacebar, so it basically went to wherever it was hovering last, which I think was my alerts and overlays page. It's okay though, we saved right outside. I don't know what touch links are. Okay, that kind of sounds like somebody sharpening a sword, but well, it's supposed to, I think that's what it's supposed to be. But what it really sounds like is somebody like sharpening like a kitchen knife. Oh, you know what I need to put on? The armor that I have.
I knew you. He is under.
Okay, hold on. Because he's already onto me, I don't need the dexterity. Fuck you. You missed. Come here, motherfucker. Also, hold on. That also means that these are not saved. That's fast is fine. This is going to be the story. Hi, Chucklefuck. Do I just melee? Ow, wait, how did you hit me? How are you hitting me? My dude! He's all the way down there. He already ran away. Okay. He's not shooting. Did he bug? Oh, my eyes! Oh my god. You know what? Hold on. Why are you taking no damage, my guy? Oh, I clicked the wrong thing. I did not mean to do Auspex. There he is. He's just standing there, menacingly! Why aren't you taking any damage? He's back up there. Ow, motherfucker! He takes like one hit and then he like becomes invulnerable and teleports away. This is almost more worthwhile. Okay. No? I can keep hitting you, Center Master. I'm fine with losing some of these bullets to... I think it's skill that he's using. I don't know for sure. But yeah, you see, this is the cheese with this broken to shit game. Okay, that's out of ammo. Yoink, yoink. Magnum. Yeah, I think that's True Faith that he's using. You see, he kind of sparkles and glows. He's got that fog about him. Yes, I'm going to snipe the broken sniper man with a fucking Colt Anaconda. I will wait until that shield goes down, sir. You were broken as shit, and I will take it because this boss fight fucking sucks. Thanks. Give me your fucking gun. My inventory's full! God damn it, where's that Remington? Get out of here. I don't want your shitty non-scoped version. Actually, can I pick it up now for ammo? Oh, they don't use the same ammo. Okay then. Wait, you didn't drop anything else, right? Right? Doesn't seem like it. All right, maybe it's up there. Is this the generator they were talking about? Thanks. Even if it was kind of stupid. Anything else up here of interest? Nothing, really? He had his own separate room up here. That's...
I told you everything. There's no reason for you to.
Oh, you must be
keep me
Johansson.
here. Let me go.
Dr. Johansson?
I am an archaeologist. You can't hold me here like this.
You can't
I am a
hold me here like
hostage.
this.
I do not need protection. Bring me back to my hotel at once.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Anything, just get me out of these caverns and away from these crazies. I think I'm starting to get pneumonia. The sarcophagus? You went through all that trouble for the sarcophagus? Yeah, I'll tell you. But don't you think it would be better to get out of here before those men come back?
I dealt with them.
I guess if you can get all the way here, you deserve the answers. But can I make one request first? After I answer,
Would you want a nice writing desk like that? Hell, well, I would like a nice desk. I used to have a nice desk when I was a teenager. Absolutely.
All right. Where should I begin?
What can you tell me about the sarcophagus?
Let's start with the history of the Ankaran sarcophagus. That is a long and interesting.
I used to have a pretty nice desk because my dad was... If y'all have ever heard me talk about my dad, he was very controlling. He would buy us things, me and my siblings, so that he could take them away. So when he bought me my first computer, the first like desktop that I ever had, that was my own, he would always try to take it away from me as punishment for things, but he also bought me a really nice desk A really nice desk. One that like did not fit having an iBuy powered like blue glowing desktop tower shoved into it. I should bust out my typewriter soon. Fuck yeah, baby, typewriter. Tell me, you're familiar with the Ansarans? Let's go with no.
Yeah,
Oh, I clicked yes.
well,
Fuck.
the markings on the sarcophagus seem to hint that
Oh, he was a
it is from
narcissist.
sometime between
We already knew that.
1050 and 800 BC.
It's Gordon
which was a
Ramsay.
period of fierce expansion by the Assyrians. Oddly, for those years, only one king shows up on the historical record.
150 years of one king. Okay.
While most likely he wiped all evidence of his predecessor's existence or passed the name to his heirs, one monarch, Mesarach, the one-eyed king, is given credit for the territory and achievements of this time. But he would have had to have been over 250 years old.
Dropkicks interns. Stop being at my interns. Go beat up Twitch interns. Gifting things for the sake of buying something that someone wants and owns. It's yours. Do what you want with it. But instead, my dad would always threaten to take stuff away. That was why the day that I walked out and like never went back was I was at work. This was in high school. I was at work. One of my first jobs I ever had, working at a gas station. And he called me while I was at work and told me I needed to go pick up my sister from school. Now, the thing is, again, I'm at work, a job. He bitched and complained that he wanted me to get a job before I graduated high school. And when I told him I wouldn't leave work to go do it, because guess where he was? He was drinking at a bar at 3 p.m. He showed up 30 minutes later after picking up my sister at my work and just yelled at me through the window and said, when I tell you to do something, you fucking do it. Give me your phone. And at this time, he'd given me like an iPhone. And I just threw it into his passenger chair. And he goes, we're going to talk when we get home. And the only thing he said when we got home was, you're either going to follow my rules or you're going to get out. And that night, I was like, well, I guess I'm going to get out. And so I took the two things that I owned, the two things that I paid for with my own money, a Razer Naga mouse that I put in my pocket at the time. I was wearing cargo shorts. Sue me. I was in high school. I took the Razer Naga mouse and the Razer Kraken headphones I had at the time. And I left. I walked out the front door. He came storming out after me and broke the headphones off my neck. I just had them thrown over my shoulder with the cord like tucked into my pocket. And he broke them off my shoulder and tried to pull me back into the house. Oh yeah, my dad was a habitual alcoholic. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's still drinking to this day. He retired after having a heart attack and not being able to get his health back on track. And has since then has been piddling around in the Caribbean on his little boat. With like a 27-year-old girlfriend. With a girlfriend that's younger than I am. Dropkicks there, his dad. He deserves it. He deserves it. Think of the scrungily overly tanned, bald like men that you see in like goofy 90s movies. They look like they sell cocaine or something, or like somebody's dating them or marrying them just to obviously take whatever's left. Raytheon sword missile. It's fine. It's fine. But yeah, that was that shenanigans. Let's see. So
I find it hard to believe a sarcophagus with a person as important as Mesarach could remain in, what is the word, pristine or intact condition for so
unless
many
it was protected
years.
by something.
But this is who is believed to be contained within.
Okay. Why don't you open it and find out?
You have not heard. It was stolen from the museum before we had a chance to open it. Usually, we use equipment to carbon date, X-ray, and take air samples.
I wish him a very... Oh, I did read that part. Okay. Tinri's Librarian's Pog passed the don't turn out like your dad challenge levels difficult. True. You compared him to a vampire.
You know, it is interesting that you ask me that. The goddess on the outside of the sarcophagus was Lamastu. In Assyrian myth, Lamastu was an evil demon.
Alright, Nydex is the Lockheed Martin. Oh, gotcha.
Many people cite her as the mother of vampire myth. And
Oh. Are you saying that this could potentially be not a child of Cain, but a child of Lilith? Maybe? Maybe?
the engravings
Just under different
on and
names?
found around the sarcophagus portray a regal figure drinking the blood of his enemies. Now, this image is found in many cultures,
Was actually the first vampire. Well, in vampire lore, it's Lilith basically trains Cain in the discipline. Well, in magic that then become the disciplines.
A disorder known as porphyria. In short, it is caused by a deficiency.
True, yeah,
of the
I was gonna say,
iron
Cain
in the
did get his
blood,
powers
and
from
in many
Lilith.
cultures, for
But it's also the fact that the
nobility
goddess
could
name also
conceivably
starts
get
with an
away
L.
the cure, the treatment was to
Yes, he's supposed to be some kind of European. I'm guessing
blood.
Swedish.
Perhaps drinking the blood of your enemies is, if nothing else, symbolic. It can inspire fear in your foes and
The Swedish chef flow. Jurgen.
Me, I in no way believe it was a vampire. Vampires. That's what caused this whole mess. These maniacs.
Generic
believe
European.
they
It's
exist.
a generic European in an American game, but it's usually some realism behind the accents that they do. One.
That is, you see, in archaeology, one can spend years looking for a dig site, following local rumors, studying old maps.
Which is a lot. Yes, correct. Because she's also the mother of beasts, like beasts from what is it? Oh shit! What is that game? What is that splat called? Beast the Primordial? I think it's Beast the Primordial.
Finding and organizing a dig is the least interesting part of an archaeologist's job. Trust me, you don't want to hear about it.
When there's trouble, you know who to call. We'll do the Mestark
That I can't
one
be
next.
sure of, nor can anyone. But I promise you it is more likely to be filled with, gummy bears than...
I'm a gummy bear.
Perhaps, maybe...
Now the
not,
adjective correct.
Not likely the kind to...
For what? Until
go about
Bloodlines 2 comes
chasing
out, Funky.
Abbott and Costello.
Bloodlines 2 comes out tomorrow when we start stream. What else do you know about Abbott and Costello? That's a good reference.
Not much, really. I'm an archaeologist, not a mythologist. But I do know that Lamastu, the Assyrian demoness, was thought to have been the
Eyebrows?
inspiration for
Eyebrows?
Lilith, the first wife of Adam in the Jewish Old Testament, another source of the vampire myth.
Why do you know about the vampire myth?
Ah, quite interesting. There is a surprising.
Hi, Strawberb. How are you doing? I'm hoping we finish, because if we don't, it's still Rip Bozo. It is still going to be Rip Bozo.
Why no one ever found it and robbed it? It's perplexing. How strange, you would ask. I haven't seen the key since it was loaded onto the Elizabeth Dane in Turkey.
Oh.
It was stolen before the sarcophagus even. I am still hopeful that the police find both pieces before the
Yes, it does
contents
come out
can be
tomorrow, Slime.
disturbed.
How are you doing? Welcome in. The copy of the key.
Oh, it's not the kind of key you can copy at the hardware store. It's actually very sophisticated, and I meant to study it at the museum.
We're going to talk about the fact that he's also wearing his hotel robe. They kidnapped this man out of his hotel while he was relaxing in the hotel robe.
I don't care who you are or why you've had so many questions about the sarcophagus. I just want to leave this place.
Okay.
Thank you, my friend. I don't know where you came from, but I will never forget this kindness.
Okay. Question is though, is the boat back in the cave section that we saw? Or do I now have to sneak all the way out of here? Oh, hi, Bonk. Oh, that's not good.
Judgment is here.
Defeated Bach. Run! This is as fast as I run, apparently. Black was the load-bearing boss. No. Are they gone? They look like they're gone. Okay, they're all gone. That's totally fine. This countdown is too fast. Hello? Wait, I'm stuck. Okay, it's loading. Never mind. Whew! I was like, wait, I can't move now. I can't move now. I have like no blood. I could have celerity'd, but I literally only have like 1 point of blood. I got.
No, I really don't understand you.
We're going to confession. Which I don't think is actually this way. Is it? I don't think it's this way. Yeah, I was gonna say, we're going to get some blood at confession, at least. Okay, that's not this way. It's the other way. Excuse me, sir. I have a distinct feeling like LaCroix, like, tore it open. How you doing, Larry?
Baby girl.
What you got? Ooh, flame. Oh, fuck. We have no money. We have no money, dude. No money and no things to sell. No. Damn it. I haven't sold the torch. Might as well sell the katana and a couple of these other things. Why not? Oh, that's the Winchester for this one. You know what? Oh, it's 1 bullet per. Oh, Jesus. Okay. We'll get some. We'll get some. Flamethrower. Damn it. Damn it, dude. Damn it. Oh, man. Where did you get this, Fat Larry? Where did you get this? That's so expensive. All right, let's go see if Venus has some money for us. Thing is, though, I don't think she's gonna have like $400+ for us. These tariffs are wild. Listen, $432 for what looks like a state-of-the-art flamethrower is pretty good. We also need to check how much experience we got after beating Bonk.
Money, right? Been a while.
375. That's not the worst. Okay, come here, lady.
There you are. I was beginning to think you ditched me.
Are there any other blood dolls in here, or do I need to go fill up on the people outside? One more. Okay. The Flammenwerfer. Yes, the Flammenwerfer. Yeah, because actually, what is this guy? You were nothing.
It's a nice night out, huh?
Also, was this painting here before? DJ. Forgot he was up there. I think that's it. Yeah, we'd have to go to the Tiffany Valentine. Nah. The thing is, we don't need to go to the other ones because there's a lot of corners here.
Lovely evening.
We could go find some other people in the alleyways. Chinatown has way more, what's the word? Way more... Is that TV there? Access to people in the alleyways. Just to make sure. Feat attempt failed. Here we go. I was about to say, I was like, what? Oh, they're sick. That's right. Vomited it all up immediately. Oh, they're still sick. I thought after we figured out the plague bearer thing that we were good. Yes, the subtitles are on, but
Yeah,
this scared the shit out of me.
You're probably wondering how I ended up in this situation.
Here, let's see if I can get this guy. Because... Nah, it's fine. It happens. Honestly, I did not know the disease persisted after you'd done the mission. That was new information to me. All right, I guess we're going into the tower. Have to go nub 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 while you're doing it. Scrape and lick. Yeah, I didn't know it persist. I figured it wasn't going to persist after the mission, so I'm a little more surprised that it did. All right, this doesn't look good. Let's go see what's going on. Chubbs, you better still be alive. Chunk, you better still be alive. Please? My boy! No! Oh. Oh my god. Okay. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Is this the Inquisition? Or something bad happens? Hey guys! Beckett, we need to talk, buddy.
You can always count on the Sabbat to do the wrong thing for the right reasons. They're reckless, but they don't normally try to attract this much attention. This carelessness warrants observation. I hope it doesn't become pandemic.
Oh, man. Oh, man. Really, dude? Really, the Cambrilla letter opener?
With whom do they think they're dealing?
What's your pleasure?
Attack
What's
me
your
in my
fear?
own building!
Hi, Mix.
They're desperate. They've shown their weakness. A last-ditch attempt to steal the prize.
Okay.
The Sabbat. A pack of shovelheads with cheap pistols was all they could muster.
That's usually what they do.
Two got a few stories up, but I took care of them. And my sheriff brought the rest their final death in the lobby. Sabbat animals.
They attacked? Why?
Why else?
What's your
The motive
pleasure?
of every
What's your
kindred in the
fear?
entire city these last few nights.
No, thank you for
The
this renewing your
Ankara
season pass.
sarcophagus.
Holy shit, you guys. Thank you both.
They've been
7 months and
misled
13
into
months.
thinking the
Jesus.
sarcophagus holds a
Yeah, where's
sleeping
Chunk?
ocean.
Where's my
The most
boy?
coveted feasts. Diablerists.
They drink blood of other
The
vampires?
Sabbat's infamy is in no small part due to their practice of diablerie. That is, drinking the blood of other kindred, especially older ones, until they are dead.
I mean, unless you call a
Diablerists
blood
gain
hunt,
the
which
power
you
of
did
those they
do
fed
earlier.
upon. And the Camarilla. This is an act punishable by death. For the moment, we've manipulated the press into reporting.
What does that
tonight's
do? It
events
raises your
as a
own
terrorist
generation and
attack.
makes you stronger. You
Their
also get to
soldiers may
sometimes
be no
steal
danger
some of
to
their
me,
powers.
but their threat to the masquerade is abundant. As my best agent, I'm sure you can guess my course of action.
You lazy sheriff. Fuck. Do I dare say that? Do I dare say that? Do I dare go with one? I kind of want to go with one. Have the gorilla do it?
He has to remain here in case of further attack, and also to guard the sarcophagus. For this emergency,
Gosh
I
darn
need
it,
someone with your
Naglobers.
nerve to guarantee success. The Sabbat have been a threat to
But with
both of us
shoulder-length
for
hair?
far too
Really?
long.
Okay.
The Sabbat have made their haven at the Hallibrook Hotel.
Oh, finally, we get to go to
right
the
under our
Hallibrook.
noses here in downtown. Kill their leader. The rest will scamper out of the city. This is the last time they ever set foot in Los Angeles. Before you go, Beckett told me you went to the Society of Leopold. Did you find out how my sarcophagus is opened?
Before I tell you anything, yes, I would like
Take your
payments.
money.
Yes.
Tell me, what have you learned?
Yay, $300. Who wants to go buy a flamethrower? It's a case of the sarcophagus.
Where? Do you have it?
No idea, but you'll know I killed Bach.
Not only did you infiltrate the Society of Leopold,
I fucking nailed it, dude. I fucking they killed the legend.
you certainly are developing a legend for yourself. Superb. A toast to you, and to victory over the Sabbat, and to Bach.
What do you mean the Hallibrussy? What is that?
Such fates. The Sabbat must be wiped out before dawn. Then, when you come back, we'll begin the hunt for the key.
Okay. Larry! Actually, we need to talk to Beckett.
You can always count on the Sabbat to do the wrong thing.
Okay, this is the same one. Wrong thing for the right
Sabbat's
reasons.
goal is to stop Gehenna, which is very similar to my own, though they choose to do so through more violent, fanatic, and flamboyant methods.
Can you really call this
The
Sabbat
Camarilla,
flamboyant?
on the other
So whenever
hand,
most of the ones that we see in this
entirely.
game are the fucking shovel
Or so
heads.
goes the party line.
Reddit vampire? Yes.
What I am is kindred. How others choose to categorize themselves concerns me only where local customs are concerned.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Individualism is a path fraught with obstacles and sometimes angry mobs. But for all its hardships, it is the only one worth taking.
I'm with Dr.
What
Johansson.
did Johansson have to say?
Says the tomb.
Syrian origin. Glad to see I'm not losing my touch. As for Meserock, I'll have to research that name, see what I can find.
He said there was a key,
The
but doesn't know
lock
where.
And key. An invention as ancient as greed. I should have guessed. All we have to do is find a victor in this nonsense. They'll be the one with the key.
Okay. Matsu.
Lamastu? She was a Lilith
Ozzy Osbourne
figure.
if he was a vampire?
They represent
Because we're
empowered
pretty
women
sure
and
he's
the
like a
threat of
writer
such
self-insert.
women to male-dominated society. Strange she would be engraved on a king's tomb.
Does it mean anything?
It seems to corroborate my own evidence. I'm going to have to study it a little more. Maybe dig up some information. On
Thank you for the
Meserock
7
and
streets.
Lamastu
Seven.
myths.
7 again. Double
I'm
sevens.
certain the key will show up
Double
in time.
sevens.
Your information is appreciated.
Okay.
Excellent.
So openly?
It's simple. Someone's misled them into believing there's an antediluvian in this
Compared to
very
his
room.
video game counterpart? Oh yeah, he looks
I
so much
suspect
better.
Most kindred in this city would love
Most
to
of the
sink
characters
their
in this
stakes or
game
teeth into its
that are part of the like main part of the
If
story
indeed rocketing
look
it to the
so
moon
much
was
better.
out of the question.
It must mean something, but what? There needs to be a third 7, and then it means something next. There has to be a third one.
Well, perhaps for this pack, it's for the best.
I had another question. Is there any other question I can actually ask? Nah, it's fine. That's fine. All right, let's go. Larry! Chunk! Please, God, my boy's gone. No. I still do not understand what a 6-7 is. What the fuck this 6-7 means? Not a clue. A small Twitch taboo. Oh. 7-Eleven? I still have no idea what the fuck that means. Means nothing to me. All right.
Baby girl.
Yo, give me that flamethrower. Give me that motherfucking flamethrower. Let's go. Inventory full. All right. Let's get rid of the crossbow.
Right here. Check it out. Check it out. Step right up.
Excellent. Excellent. Cost $108.
Yo, I got dinosaur eggs. We don't know what kind. Buy them and hatch them. Hey, don't walk on by. I look like
okay, that works for me. That works for me. All right, we're gonna do a save here. Ad break's gonna start any second, so we're gonna take a brief break. Let me get the game for y'all. Where is it? And then I am going to sneak down here. And I will give you all the music. And I'm going to go run and check on Coco real quick. I will be back in just a couple minutes. And then I guess we're going to go slaughter some Sabbat dudes. I will see y'all in a little bit. Okay, okay. What'd I miss? Who died? Did you win? Level 5? Looks like y'all are winning. Excellent. Excellent. All right. You can interact with the game? Are you getting the match part right? I don't know what the reason would be, because it's supposed to be taking from chat. You don't need to like do anything special. Step inside. Jimsis Games, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing? What trouble are you getting into? Welcome back from the ad break, y'all. You know what? Before anybody redeems it, lurk check time. Who's still here? Who's still hanging out? Who's hiding in the background? I see you. I see you. Yeah, you cleaning your car right now. I can see you. Pay attention. Focus up. I'm talking to you. Put the vacuum down. Oh my God, the popping. Wait, is that QB? Oh no, it's Thor. Although that is definitely QB's art. I'm pretty sure that is QB's art. You see me? Blushies, blushies, finger touch, finger touch. Bricks for lurkers, catch bricks, catch bricks. All right. Game time over. Let's put this away. Put the game away. Not the game. That game. That game. iPad game. Pull myself up a little bit. Turn the music off. Go on, get out of here. Open the game again because it's extremely finicky. Please don't crash. Continue. All right, I want to do something first before we go to the Halliburton. I want to go...
Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up in this situation.
Why do y'all keep scaring me with that? Why do y'all keep using that? All right, we need to go... I want to go check the... Wait. Was this open before? Okay, no, this is the place where we... Okay, no, we've been down here. We've been down here. Okay, it was the same mission. I just couldn't remember. I got turned around. So... It's this way, isn't it? I'm pretty sure. Thank you for self-care. Remember to sit up straight, kids, and drink your water. And if you drink more than a single soda a day, I'm gonna start tearing your toenails off. Thing is, we can't even get in on these main doors for the Halliburton, so probably wait and... Oh! That's new. Okay, that's probably how we need to get in. All right, we're going to the pub. Oh, I'm so glad you found your place, chat. I'm getting overstimulated. Can we slow it down, please? One soda keg a day? No!
What the hell?
Okay, it's still not that. Actually, hold on. Can I talk to Damsel?
What? Who said it?
Some recently deceased Quiet Jen.
Oh, if this is true, listen, I can't believe even the floor is that low.
Making a mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't spread over every egg.
Let's know when I have more news then. I swear there's a point where we can come back here and like try to help Nines again, where they all like yell at us. They're like, I can't believe you did this, you fucking traitor. All right, let me make it up to you guys, please. I'm begging you, please. Thing is though, I don't think we're actually gonna finish this game today, guys. Because you're a clown vampire, shut up. You're not supposed to talk about that. Excuse me, pardon me, we're going up. Just fucking teleports me. Oh! Okay. Hello? Was this where I came in? Oh, okay. I have a distinct feeling like this is... something's wrong. Is this about to just be like an NPC rush? Is that what this is? Is this just a massive arena where I'm just gonna have to gun down a whole bunch of vampires? Oh god, that's just random barrel sounds. Exit door. Where do you think this takes me? Okay. jumped in game too. The thing was, is I don't think he even turned around. I think the door was scripted to explode, but I don't think the NPC triggered. Hold on. Yeah, he didn't do anything. Motherfucker, dude. What's happening? What happened? I wasn't paying attention. The door there that just exploded inward. Maybe shit a brick, dude. That's a ghoul. Thing is, though, is I can't get behind him. Here, do I need to blood buff? Here, let's try this. Oh, god damn it. Hey, buddy. How you doing? Ooh. Anywho's it's. I don't think this door opens. Yeah. Inventory full. I know. Okay. I was honestly kind of hoping for something that I could pick up. Because then maybe I could distract that guy. That does not seem to be the case. There's that guy that's just staring there, and then that guy. Is that guy using a power back there, or is that just the light behind his head? Hi, buddy. Wait, did the siren go off? Was there a siren that I just heard? Oh, here, you know what I should do? Swap my armor to the one that doesn't reduce my dexterity. Jeez, even the one way in the back triggers. That's crazy. It's that sound. Y'all heard that, right? Here, let's try this. Let's see if we can get around this guy if he's gonna trigger as soon as I come in here. Step inside, step inside. Hey, buddy. I don't know why it just knocked me out of my fucking crouching, but okay. I'm kind of starting to think maybe I should just try and cheese this with a gun. Oh, I don't have any deagle ammo. That's fine. We still got a lot of ammo for the Colts. That's fine. Also, we never checked our experience. 9 experience. Don't mind if I do. Don't mind if I do. Yes. Yes? No, cancel. Hold on. Well, look at you. Yeah, because I feel like I should have been using presence when I'm trying to sneak, because this literally reduces. Well, no, if it says 15% chance to mesmerize, that's almost not worth it. That is not great. Wait, this is not a great ability at all. Hi, Rochi, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. How are you doing? You're hidden as long as there are no survivors. True. I think that's what we're gonna do. I think we're just gonna have to go guns blazing. Hey, buddy, you wanna have a talk? Good talk. Did the... Guys. Where's the rest of ya? Really? They did not get set off? Are you serious? Okay. Hi, buddy. Oh, come on. Oh, there we go. Oh, I thought you died. There you go, now you're dead. You know what I want to try, though? Hold on a second. Not that. You. Okay, how do I look down the scope? If I right-click, is it going to use an ability, or what's the deal? It is. It just uses the fucking ability. Okay. What? Miss. 81 will do! Jesus. Really? 81 was enough to one-shot that guy, but 78 isn't for this guy? Alright, let's just do this. How you doing there, buddy? Hi. Oh, this poor guy. Oh, I can't... There we go. Yeah, this is not... This seems like somebody who was just stuck in here. That's fine. Buddy. I can sneak up on you. This is gonna be really stupid. No, I can't, but he's broken. You are sturdy there, man. Really? You've been hiding in here this whole time with a shotgun? How effective do you think a flamethrower is? Should I save it for the boss fight? I think I'm gonna save it. I feel like there's gonna be a boss fight at the end of this. Stand up, Trevor. Where did you come from? My God, dude. Oh. Okay, hi. Hello? Okay. That was new. Question mark? Hello? We're playing Toreador. Motherfucker, come. Oh, there's another one. Oh, stop. Let me step on. Ow, stop it. Oh, that doesn't sound good. Oh, why are you in here? Why is Big Titty Man in here? You know what? Where's my spaz? Give me another blood heal. Hey, buddy. You been good? Oh, I ain't got the ammo left in this thing. Hold on. Okay. Okay. Kinda... I forget, was there another person I could go steal blood from? I kind of need it. Kinda need it. That's fine. We'll just go down. Ooh. Granted, I am getting deja vu from that other Seriously? There we go. Give me your shit. Oh! Uh-oh. Oh my god, get off of him. Ow! Oh my god, the jarring. Jesus. Okay. Oh, there you are. I knew there was gonna be another one. Actually. Okay, yeah. I got plenty of ammo for this thing. Two of you in there. Hi, boys. Here, we'll do it this way. Hey, buddy. Oh, I clicked the wrong button. I keep clicking one for some reason. I'm coming in. Damn it, let me in. I cannot go in this way. Why is that green? What am I doing with the gun? Why am I using, why is it covering like a third of the fucking screen? There's a person in there I want to suck off. Let me in. Damn it. Fine. Come on, buddy. Hi, bud. Okay. Ooh, I almost was not paying attention to the right meter. I was staring at my health bar. That could have been bad. All right, let's do a save. There's not much ammo left for this one either. Jesus. See, this is the downside. On the upside, we at least have a decent amount of Glock ammo. Ow, knock that shit off, dude. Fine. Come here. We can duke it out. I don't care. Okay. I do hate that they seem to deal aggravated damage. Here, what I should do, I should actually change. We'll do that. Hello? Ow, I set myself on fire. Oh god, I'm burning! Let me in! I touched a little bit of fire and is there somebody behind me? You know what, come here, buddy. That's what happens when you spam it. There we go. You just drained his ass. That's fine. I swear to God, these guys are fucking making me shit bricks in here, dude. All right, which one of these walls is gonna explode? I knew it. Okay. I wish their melee hits weren't so fucking jarring, dude. Okay. Buddy, you really shouldn't be here. You're not looking so... Oh my God, his eyes are gone. This is, that probably means that those guys are... That door's gonna get kicked in, isn't it? All right. Hello? Never mind. Wait, that's the same room that the fucking dude was in. This is almost a copy and paste room. Umamusume Phantom basically invented heterosexual Yuri, but I'm just thinking of the pairing of Silent Suzuka and Special Week would be Yaoi Yuri. That's ridiculous then. Hello? Wait. What? Are those Kwai Jin? Oh, I fucking knew it. Ow, get off the wall. Actually, hold on. Where is you? She just teleported. Oh, literally right next to me, apparently. I can count pixels. Hi, Lawless. Hi, Jane. Jane. I don't know why I called you Lawless. Damn it. See, this is the thing too with this, like I said. Oh, hi. Get up. Stop adjusting. Oh, I'm out of ammo. That's why. Hi, Val. Hello? Well, they sold that ammo too. Okay. Fine. Block it is. You know what? Come here. Okay. I don't know why there were triplets here, but okay. Hello. How are you doing, bud? Hey, there's a gun over here. Come on, buddy. You're gonna be food. Are you coming? It's okay, it doesn't matter. I'll come to you. Makes plain noises. Hi, Ordain. What are you doing, bud? I'm sick and tired, but okay. What is everybody being sick now? Really? How rude. Oh, shit. I'm stuck. God, I hate the Wolfman. I don't know what they're supposed to be. Is it just like, is it supposed to be a city gang girl that's just kind of like lost to Protean? His claws are floating in the air too. Oh, come on. All right, you know what? Fuck it. Come here. Hi, buddy. I don't need any blood. I'm doing it for the love of the game at this point. Yeah, I don't need the Ithaca. Another one right there. Yeah. Is that where I need to go through? I need to go down here. Oh, god damn it. Come on. Darn, I miss my old 20s punches. Listen, if it's just one other melee dude, I can beat his ass. That's fine. The downside... What the fuck? Why is it shaking? Why is it shaking? Hello? Well, look at you. Wait, didn't I change this? I guess maybe I didn't. Even Chill, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Are you like Even Flow? Oh, really, dude? The city better be blowing up. Oh my god, die. That's what I fucking thought! God damn it, stop getting stuck! Come here, big man. Come on! Hey, buddy. Are you stuck? What's the deal? Are you scared now? Ow. Okay then. I still got some. Oh, he's already on to me. Hey, buddy. Oh, there's two in here. Okay. Okay. And then I'm just gonna go eat this other dude. Oh, you did not die. Okay, now you died. Hey, buddy. Come here. The guy's presence? Maybe? I don't know. I didn't know Melina was live. Hi, Corvo. Oh, shit. Oh, god damn it. Oh. Come on, buddy. No, come here. Hey, guys. I'm trying to eat you. Oh, shit. Let me eat you! Lick the fire out? I wish it worked that way. You know, at the rate I've been draining these guys, I could honestly probably be like spending celerity a hell of a lot more. Because I ain't been using it at all. Oh, there you are. Whoop! I had like one bullet in there, apparently. Ow. That's fine. I cannot believe I'm saying this, but I am... Oh, where did you come in here, bud? And is that an indica you brought me? Oh my god, die. Hi. Where you going? Ow. Oh, fuck, I'm on fire again. God damn it, these fucking barrels, dude. Oh, Jesus. Hi, buddy. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for volunteering. Oh, Jesus. Oh, stop it. Oh, that's celerity. Oh, hi. Wait, how did that hit me? Oh, gee, why are there so many of you? Oh, what the hell? Would like to back up, please. Oh my God. I swear, LaCroix sent me here to die, didn't he? Had auto reload when holding the trigger, you get that. Why am I not healing? Okay. Ow. That's not working. Ow, motherfucker! Maybe you have too many holes? I almost certainly have too many holes. I meant to say, I don't think I have any blood bags. Okay, I am wearing the right armor. I just couldn't remember for a second. Hold on. Do I have... Oh, we've almost used all the ammo for AUG. Fuck! How did we come in with so much ammo and we've basically blown through all of it? Ow, stop it. Stop it! Stop. Wait, I forget. Wasn't there also a dude standing back here? Wasn't there one of the blood dolls back here? Oh, that guy. Anybody else hiding in here? Hello? Come here! Why can't I get to you? Okay, hold on. It was down here. Okay, yeah, you're the only one here. Okay, now we have health. Now we can go in guns blazing. I thought I saw somebody for some reason. Okay. Thanks for the maze. Again. Oh, there's two of you. That's fine. There's more than two of you. you? Come here. Oh, no, of course you have celerity. Okay. That worked out for the better. This I would like to lockpick open because there's a man in here. Hi, buddy. I know they took your eyes. Okay. Yeah, they turn to ash when they die, which is weird because it doesn't exactly follow a final death protocol. More than likely, these guys are all shovelheads, which means they all basically just fall to dust. Making sure I'm reloading that. Okay. There's an opening right there. Wait, have I been here? Wait. These are just 2 blood bags. Mandatory viewing message observed. Please and thank you, viewer ordain. Okay then. We are topped up. Which doesn't bode well. Uh-oh. Okay, well, there's somebody here. Oh, fuck, there's a wolfman and the fucking annoying little gangster dudes. He just gets scared. Ow. I definitely can't feed off this guy. Uh-oh. Ow. Sir, I have celerity. Why am I struggling here? Fine. Okay. Hi. You know what? Come here. Hey, buddy. There's definitely gonna be more people in there. And I am effectively... God, I should have... Hold on. Can I drop something? Fuck, dude. Get that out of here. Get that out of here. I should be using these dudes' shotguns. Oh, I still can't... I maxed out on the guns I can carry. Is that what it is? So the melee being dropped doesn't count? Listen, if I was using the Ithaca here, I'd be fucking... Sidebar, are any Moth? Like, if I was using an Ithaca still, this would be hell of a lot better. But I'm down to fucking nothing, dude. I'm gonna jump over this and something is gonna spawn here, isn't it? Okay. Hi, guys. I, don't really know how to, because I have to get up here and then, like... Okay, that works. Oh, I knew it. Ooh. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Are you serious? I don't have any ammo. Are you serious? All right, now I'm out of ammo. Flamethrower? Buddy. Oh, what? Huh? Wait, did that reflect it back at me? Is that what that was? Okay, it just reflected back at me. Okay, how do I deal with him? Yeah, that's, I mean, we're already well past that point. Here, but at least I can kill those guys with like barely any ammo use. Why is it firing? Why are you firing? What the fuck? Hello? Why do I keep splash damage is a thing? Bullshit. Am I dying because I'm using the flamethrower? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm using the gun they gave me at the wrong place. Could also just be that. Oh God! Of course, it lights on fire. Wait, didn't I? Is he shooting at me? Oh, there's more. Oh, I guess it didn't get that other one. Okay. Oh, the shield's down. No, it's not. When does the shield go down? Hi, buddy. Can I... Okay. That is exceedingly stupid, but okay. But okay. Ow. Okay, what do? Maybe I need a donut? Shield drops eventually? Okay, that's what it looked like. Oh, wait, it wasn't loaded? God damn it. God damn it. Hi, buddy. No? Yeah, of course. Of course. Okay. Man just is immune to fire, apparently. Yoink. Okay, that's kind of punk, but okay. He apparently does not take any damage from again, is he always just gonna do the I don't think I do not have a large sword. I do not, Free. I have a limb in my fist, which literally has better damage potential. Actually, hold on. I'm gonna steal these guys' guns. Back away. Okay, I guess that still hit me. Supposedly. Weird block ammo, dude. Mac 10 ain't shit, boss man. Thank you. Anyway, I'm gonna go steal this other guy's Glock ammo. Please and thank you. There's barely any. God damn it. Okay, now what? Oh, hi. Actually, you know what? Come here. I don't even need you for anything. I'm just gonna take it. Just because I hate you. Okay. Okay. Let's do this. Hey, buddy. Your celerity's not better than mine. Get down here. I'm not beating your ass. Thank you. Slut. Am I done yet? Fuck, dude. Seriously? Okay. Here we go. Oh, come on! I got experience, though. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Was I saving it? Wasn't I saving it? I feel like I was. Or... a vampire? Yes, they are undead. In this game, they count as undead. Combat defense. Hacking. Why are you posting the Ko-fi link, Cortane? More brawl? No. More firearms. Because even if it's not useful for this fight. Ugh. I don't even remember what this is. Thing is though, is I don't have any way to fight them. Except fist. And like, well, I have the flamethrower. Is that a sword sitting there? Oh, wait, you're still alive? Oh, I thought I beat you. Damn it. I should have known better.
The smell of your blood, young K-Knight. Very
Hi, Andre.
potent. Greater than our last meeting. I could smell it even over the flood of my fallen brethren.
Who records these quotes? A lot of people, actually. Didn't I kill you already?
Puppet. The strength of your blood is all that saved you from yourself.
Is it?
Wretched.
I don't know, my intelligence is pretty high, my dude.
Mongrel.
There's no willpower in this game either.
Wasted in you. Wasted.
The Cray Nines?
Miserable, ignorant cattle spawn. You are blind. The sarcophagus must be destroyed.
Why? What's gonna happen?
I will do it myself if I must. And you will be purified. It is the blood that he is speaking.
Just show me out, please. Please. Harder, harder. Keep going. I didn't tap out. I don't remember. I could not tell you what the context is. The context is lost like 48 hours after it happens because I already forget why I was saying certain things. What's going to happen? Oh, damn it. He's just going to fight. And it also put my flamethrower away. I'm pretty sure we're about to get to see his horrid form. Oh. Jesus. Tell my Rob Blade. Ooh, hey, buddy. Oh. You know, I didn't realize using the flamethrower was going to turn this game into easy mode. But I'll fucking take it, dude. Quick save. Yeah, they really do hate fire. How do we get out? Have a good night, Nova. Thank you for hanging out. Did I kill him too fast? Is that it? Okay. Yeah, we're like 8th. Oh, hey.
Be at peace, kindred. You stand amongst friends now.
It's good to see you.
I am happy to be received with such warmth. It is encouraging that the tired animosity between our people has not infected your
Yeah,
judgment.
I was gonna say, I think I kind of need to go buy more flamethrower ammo. Your agent's blade to my neck? Yes. I do know that. I'm gonna tell her.
Your foes all lie vanquished, kindred. I come to help. Be at peace. Trouble is nothing but yours to give. A true friend in death is as true love. Precious, rare.
You can get around doing her boss fight, right? I would rather avoid doing her boss fight because hers is the worst in this game. Oh, I think the ad break's about to start. Shit. That would be nice. I don't think you're that nice, but I will be naive in this one.
We are in a position to help each other, yes. Is it impossible then that my admiration is genuine, kindred?
I can use the flamethrower for the fight. True.
Founded on nothing.
Thing is, though, is I don't want to do anything for LaCroix, and honestly, I'll take any side in this game. I suppose it's possible.
The tongue lies limp and pasty if you're simply dead. Otherwise,
I want to give this conversation. Actually, okay, I can't pause it. I can't pause it mid-conversation. That's totally fine. We can do that. I'm going to slide down here and then give y'all the game and the music. And I'm not going anywhere. Excellent, excellent. I like the fuck everybody else option. I just like the fuck LaCroix option, which I'm pretty sure there's like 3 other options besides. Yeah, sure, I'll do it for LaCroix. True. The beer? The beer. LaCroix isn't a beer. LaCroix is a seltzer that smells like a flavor. Or like it's trying to be a flavor. All right. And we get vampire this weekend. We get DTM time again. I'm sure it'll be fine. And nothing will get messed up. Nothing could possibly go wrong at Vampire Sunday night. Oh yeah, it's basically gonna be Vampire all fucking week except for Friday. Don't say it, don't say what? Except Friday, which is Mage. Although I do need to read Go the Fuck to Sleep to somebody. I do need to do that recording. Somebody wanted that. Oh, but just so that I'm out of the way and I'm not blocking the game entirely, so I'm not blocking the game. Oh, you failed! No! Chat, how could you? How could you? You've done it now. You've done it now. All right. Ad break is already over. That was really fast, mainly because I was late. So let me pick my shelf back up. Ugh. And then we can get rid of the game. Bring VTM back up. And get back to our conversation with the pretty lady. I like the pretty lady.
Your eyes are still able to take in my form and the blood still rushes hot to your skin. Must your organs die so selectively?
How did you find me here?
I watch and wait for the time my path is meant to cross another. The how of it shall be more clear in a moment.
Don't strike anything fast?
No need for alarm, Kindred. I come as a friend.
Oh, and now I'm forced to say the ones at the Giovanni strongholds didn't share the vision?
Indeed. The Chang brothers, my greatest agents, undone by the young soldier of LaCroix. It was obvious your path was greater than I or he had anticipated.
Okay. What is this about an alliance between you and LaCroix?
We did have an arrangement, LaCroix and I. A mutually beneficial pact to drive the lesser factions from the city.
I'm guessing that's probably the Anarchs and the Sabbats?
Again, Kindred, I could not have guessed the significance of your
They really tore these balls apart? What?
Your prince was too sensitive to reveal.
Okay.
LaCroix's zeal in recovering the Ankaran sarcophagus has been to the exclusion of many relationships, mine included. And I, like yourself, have been used by him in his desperate quest for power.
Okay.
LaCroix feared Alistair Grout, the Malkavian Primogen, for the cursed insight of his bloodline was strong and brought.
Did everybody die? Sound off! Who's not dead?
About LaCroix's ambitions.
And so?
LaCroix saw an opportunity to rid himself of 2 problems. A hardened rebel leader and a problematic Primogen in one fell stroke. And as you can see, I was integral to his plan.
Were you? You were the one that pretended to be 9s, weren't you? Jesus, the fucking pixels. Fascinated, but why did you agree to it?
Convinced me that an alliance with the Camarilla could strengthen the position of the Kuei Jin. And so with my help, your prince framed Nines Rodriguez for the murder of Alistair Grout.
Okay, so you're the one
Yes.
I saw.
You were made to be the witness. For your political naivete, put your word beyond reproach. No one would believe you devised such a story. LaCroix used you and
okay, alert check. All right, sound off, guys. Who's here? Who's not dead? So why are you questioning the Alliance now? Okay.
Our dealings with LaCroix have put his integrity in
Hi,
question.
Claude. How are you doing, bud?
His desire.
That reminds me, Claude. I need to tell you another story thing that happened during one of our babe sessions that I know you'll like.
It is obvious to me that he wishes to obtain it, only so that he might use its power against those who would oppose him. If he betrays his own kind...
Juicy story? This one actually has to do with the other character that isn't mine. Well, mine was involved, but it was different. I see your point. Why do you care what happened to me?
You need to understand that you are a liability, Kindred. Once LaCroix finds the right moment, you will be disposed of, just as he did with Alistair Grout, Mr. Rodriguez, your sire, and countless others.
That's more than likely true. But I gave him the Incarnate sarcophagus? Okay.
You are no more to him than an entry on his ledger. A sum of that which can be blessed.
I was involved. Good enough for me. I'll send it to you later. If it was during commercial break, I would have sent it to you now, but I'll need to type it up in a minute. Okay, what does this matter? LaCroix has a sarcophagus. Yeah, we'll go with that one.
Hear these words, Kindred. The sarcophagus is sealed against the ages. Only the proper key will break this seal. That key now lies safely in Quajian hands. Your prince's prize can...
Okay, you really didn't have to tell me you had the key, but... Yeah, but honestly, thanks for honesty.
I hope you recognize my sincerity, Kindred. I would like to see you reach your destination before your path is cut short. I hope when next we meet, it is again as friends.
I hope so too. Neat. All right, we're going to see if we can find Nines. Oh, which I don't actually think is this way, is it? No. Yes, it is. Wait a minute. Wasn't this the house? All right, anybody need to buy a baby? Kill bitch, kill LaCroix. No, the only one that we need to kill is really LaCroix, which I am A-okay with. Yeah, that was the Chantry, wasn't it? Did Strauss just bail? Jack's gone.
What the hell did you want?
Still nothing? All right, let's go talk to Damsel.
Heard anything?
Yeah.
That bastard! He sold us out?
That's it? That's all he got? Wonder where Jack is. Okay. No, just the wrong building? Is it? I could have swore that's where it was. I could have swore it was right there. That's where the green storefront was. Oh, Robert Thorne. You think it'd be a house if you live in it long enough? Buy a baby? Yeah, baby sale, anyone? Yeah, the sign said baby sale. Okay, hold on, let's check what the mission description has. Happy as a little girl when you tell him. Oh no. Also, wait a second, how much money do we have right now? Fucking nothing. Fucking nothing. He's not accused of murder or CP? I don't know about that. He's trying a little too hard. That billboard had like a bunch of puppies on it. He seems to be trying a little too hard. I keep forgetting we need to go to that Guy magazine one, but this is fine. Chunk! I love you.
Get your hands up, Ed.
Sorry. Wait, I was trying to talk to you.
Oh, am I ever glad you're safe, Cinnamon Bun. I was on sick leave when I heard about the attack. I worried you might have... Well, anyway, your security stud's here to protect you now. Don't you worry.
Oh, what the fuck? I don't want to blow up on him. I need to see LaCroix's security
I guess you can
stud.
go on up. He wasn't expecting you, but it should be all right.
Thank you. I love you, Chunk. He's such a good man. He's so nice. He's so nice. He's trying his best, okay? Just because genetics said he gonna be fat and cute does not mean anything.
The Sabbat.
Ash.
Another obstacle is removed. From the enemy, we resurrect a new order. And this, in no small part, to your service. Did you hear that? You were never able to wipe them out completely. Keep it up, and you may have his job. My unstoppable crusader. My victories in this city are in no small part due to you. You've done what I've asked without question, and you've done it.
What do I get?
Take this small token of my appreciation. We'll rule this city side by side.
That's called job security? Correct. Ah, fuck. Do I have to tell him? I don't want to tell him. Ugh. I found out how to get the key.
You found the key. Where? Who has it?
Oh, do I pounce on him now? Do I just do it after he gave me this praise? Do I just jump his ass with the "you son of a bitch"? How could you make an alliance? I think somebody else told me that too, Val. I'm pretty sure somebody else told me that. Maybe we take the neutral answer. Goodness, in the middle.
This nonsense again. Look, I told you before, no kindred would ever ally themselves with those demons. This is a subterfuge.
Yeah, he is a venture loser, but...
War. And apparently, it's worked.
I don't want to justify it for him. Hi, Anna. I kind of want to side with Ming Zhao. I'm not going to lie.
Don't be so gullible. The Kuei Jin are demons. They've deceived you. They need you.
The thing is, if we don't side with LaCroix, I'm pretty sure we have to fight the sheriff.
All the easier for them.
And we still don't have any. We don't have any ammo right now. You sold out the Anarchs. You're a traitor to your own kinds. Ooh. Thank you for self-care, Claude. Okay.
Enough! As of this moment, there is no blood hunt against Nines Rodriguez. The Kuei Jin have revealed their plot. They want us to war against each other? Well, to that I propose an alliance.
The Crocoshi? Oh my god.
Together, we kindred shall drive out these foreigners once and for all.
Xenophobia in my vampire game? In 2004? Ooh. You would think the Anarchs will trust you?
Whether they trust me or not, the Kuei Jin are the greater threat. They do trust you, however. After all, you've been working for them all this time.
Okay.
Spare me.
Why did I have to act surprised? I knew he was spying on me.
Against you. Your affiliation is a trite concern next to your accomplishment. In fact, you alone can bridge the two kindred communities and sound the Kuei Jin's
I'd much rather
death knell.
reroute it and just be like, why don't the Kuei Jin and the Anarchs work together to take out the Camarilla? Okay.
Go to the last round immediately. Tell them the Kuei Jin have admitted to killing Grout, and that the blood hunt against Nines Rodriguez is officially over.
Okay.
Tell them I have realized the true threat the Kuei Jin pose.
What would Johnny Silverhand do? Blow up, stick a nuke in the elevator and leave?
So naturally, you speak on behalf of the Camarilla. Choose your words carefully. I will begin organizing plans for war.
I will choose my words frivolously.
The prosperity of all this city's
I'll be as flamboyant as I want.
On your success tonight.
I'll see what I can do. Okay, bye, losers. Into a game about vampires? Listen, it's fine. We're not even weak to silver. Werewolves are the ones that are weak to silver. Okay. Although you can technically make a vampire because it's one of like the legendary things. Hold on. I want to send this thing to Claude before I forget, so give me just a second. Let me see real quick. So Johnny Woodenhand is the no-go? That reminds me, is there anybody in Cyberpunk that is like wooden prosthetics? That would be hilarious.
Come on and step into the macabre halls of the Dark Carnival. And please, enjoy the show.
Hold on. How was your stream? Did you have a good time? But how was Devour? Were you playing with other people? Right? Devour is a multiplayer game, if I remember right? Did you have a good time? Steak hands? That's not the right steak. That's meat. You spelled steak like it was meat. I hated it. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. There's a lot of those games like Devour and oh, what was the one that we played recently? Was it Devour 2? No, I think it was a different one. But there's some of those indie horror games that are like multiplayer games that are just fucking nightmares, dude. I'm sorry you've had a bad time with it. They can be funny sometimes, but Devour, if I remember correctly, is really scary. Okay. I just sent Claude a really quick synopsis on the thing that I was thinking. Okay. Go Ape. Have a good night, Gobson. Thank you for hanging out. Welcome in, the Raiders. We're going to be playing Vampire Bloodlines. I had to send something to a friend, so because I didn't want to forget, because I fucking would. What time is it right now? We're 3.5 hours in. Oh, we got time. We got time. Let's go see what the, which way was it? Ooh, this way. This way. Right? No. Other way. Other way. Have a good night, Gobson. Thank you for the raid. Stay so we can up Marion CCV. Listen, I want to get partner. I want the check mark. I want to stop having to swim upstream on Twitch. Oh, well, so let me do a quick save because I don't know if I did. Recently.
Wait.
Beckett!
About the sarcophagus?
What is it, Beckett?
Don't open it. Whatever you do, do not open the Ankaran sarcophagus.
You said there was nothing to worry about.
Well, despite what I said, if that sarcophagus is opened, there will be disaster.
Do you like it, Claude? Do you like the idea?
Sure. But after studying the evidence, I'm convinced now that it is better left undisturbed. And anyone who'd pursue any other course is deserving of the
Awesome.
consequences.
I just wanted to send it to you, see if you liked it, to see if you'd be willing to draw it. If not, it's no big deal. Because I know you're busy. Why did you change your minds?
There's an intangible sensation I haven't been able to put my finger on since I
mean,
came
isn't
to
this the
town.
same darkness that everybody was talking about this entire game?
From. But if the
To the High
sarcophagus
Life?
is a
Listen.
possibility, to eliminate that chance, it should remain closed.
Finally got the winter weather kicking in. Ooh, yeah, it's still hot here. 1.
If Gehenna has begun, then we are all doomed. No matter what course of action we take.
I mean, King's like around the block. We can go ask him if Gehenna started. It's totally fine. Thanks for the warning, Beckett.
I thought you deserved a chance. There's a good possibility we may not meet again. Goodbye, young one.
I love you, Beckett. No, I come back. Let me chase after you. I can't move. Oh, that's him turning into a wolf and running away. That is the funniest sound effect I think I've heard in this game, because that was definitely just some dude in the microphone. Oh! I still can't move. All right, F12.
Come on, let's step into the macabre halls of the Dark Carnival. And please, enjoy the show.
Oh, then what happens if we just walk past this? Oh shit, Dane, welcome in. How are you doing?
Wait.
Hey, Beckett.
About the don't. Well, just if that's
all right. Let's just hope I don't get frozen again. Why did you change your minds? How's the vamp? It's going pretty good. Aside from like the annoying thing that I ran out of like ammo and stuff. I love you, Beckett. Double parts. Oh, welcome in, Lucian. How was your stream? Did you have fun playing Baldur's Gate? Did you have a good time? Dropkick of love and appreciation. Can I move? Oh, I can move. Thank God. Okay. Oh, you were right. I was in the wrong place. Am I still in the wrong place? I'm going the wrong side, aren't I? This is going to be the apartments over here, isn't it? Oh, it's not. Okay, yeah. I walked past it. For some reason, I thought it was here. Weird. So we could recruit her later? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. The best companion.
What the hell did you want?
Okay, he's not going to talk to me still.
Heard anything? That bastard! He sold us out?
Okay.
LaCroix, an alliance with us? Huh. Has he...
Tartan Tiny? Wait. I'm not gonna call her Tartan Tiny, as funny as that is.
Do it! That son of a... And that raging bitch! If I ever get my... Okay, alright.
Okay.
I'm fine. Nines, yeah. I can't believe it's come to this. Oh, I hate those goddamn
Dana?
devils even more than I hate that
Donning?
Danny Prince. Goddamn Joe.
Is it not Dane? It's not Dane.
Right now,
Donning.
skank sushi.
Davideo. Anyway, I need to see him
I know
tonight.
you're cool, so... Nines is hiding out in Griffith Park. I don't know about this Alliance stuff, though. I'll go eat with it so I can vomit.
Fuck, I forgot about the Griffith Park one. Shit. Oh shit, we got 13 points again. Ooh. Yeah, we're gonna spend it on that just so that it's higher. Minute or hidden details. It's only 3, that's fine. You know what, let's just at least raise everything up a little bit. And then I don't think there's anything else we can raise. We'll save everything else for later. Yes, excellent. Excellent. I think the next big thing I'm going to try to upgrade is celerity. Lucian. It's Lucian. Yeah, Lucian.
Lots of money this time.
But it is fun calling you Lucy. Okay, I think we're going to have to take the taxi to get to Griffith Park.
Just back off.
Not solarity, celerity. Celerity is just basically another word for speed. Celerity effectively in this game is slow-mo. The higher level it is, the faster you get. Effectively. It's essentially super speed. In game, or well, in the tabletop game, it's far better because every dot of celerity you have means you get an extra action in combat, which is like basically, if you have 5 celerity, you get to do 5 actions instead of the regular 1 action that you get to do in combat. That's the way it works on paper. In this game, it's slow-mo.
Need a ride?
Howdy, Kane. Yeah, Griffith Park. I don't have any ammo. Uh-oh. Take me back. Take me back.
Hop in.
We're going back to Larry's. If you get Temporis and celerity. God damn it. Why does it do that? This way? The thing though is, in game, Temporis is basically the root of celerity. And you can't get regular celerity if you have Temporis. You get true celerity, which is basically just use of Temporis to create an effect that looks like celerity. So the difference between Brujah and true Brujah is the fact that one has celerity and in the lore are usurpers of the Brujah line, and the true Brujah have Temporis. Temporis is basically time control. Why did I come here? I came in here off instinct because I was like, I know Fat Larry's next to the confession.
Lovely evening.
It's not a great idea. You have to divide your dice if you have a dice roll, if you're gonna punch 2 people, if you punch 1 person, you'll typically have, let's say, 6 dice. If you're punching 2 people, you'd have to split that in any way you want. You could do it with 1 to 5 die. You could do it 2 to 4, 3 to 3, whichever you want. But with celerity, you get 6 dice on both hits.
Baby girl.
Listen, we don't have a lot of money, but I still want to get some ammo. Oh wait, no, we do have a lot of money. Never mind. Where is... That I don't think is the right ammo. But we are going to buy another gas canister. Not going to worry about that. Okay. Is this not this ammo? I thought it was. Did it go up? Oh, it did go up. Okay, and then we need some auger ammo, which is not there. Is that it? Oh, this is fast ammo. Am I blind? Where is... Ooh, right there, that's the fast ammo. Okay. It works for me. It works for me. And then we're just gonna go this way back to the taxi. Make sure we save. Whew. Make extra turns while using celerity. For extra turns, your character specifically... Yes, it actually does. That is specifically in the rules. You can technically use true celerity and like a single temporis action as one of your multiple actions, but you can't use multiple disciplines in a turn. But it does work best because Brujah do get potence, if I remember right too. So they get both like bonus speed, multiple actions, and can hit like a truck. Oh boy, all right. Okay, I think we have to go through this building. Okay. This just goes. Oh, like I sneeze. Oh my goodness. All right. Whew. Brujah is a very fun clan, especially for combat. What is it? What are their disciplines all against? Celerity, potence, and what is the V20 ones that they have? What's the third one? It's not presence, is it? They're originally like warrior poets is like their original kind of theme. Oh no. Okay. Oh. Hey, Nines. I was gonna say, it's presence or dominate.
Heard a lot about you.
Because they don't give them all three of the like physical disciplines. Oh, whoops, I did not mean to hit space.
Does he now? You know, we just ended a war with them and we lost a lot of people. Too many. Does he expect us to do all the fighting while the Camarilla throws mean looks from the sidelines?
Can I just side with the Kwai Jin? Come on.
With those goddamn devils.
Because fuck you, you deserve some sort of punishment. Kind of, they can. That's the same thing with like, there's a lot of clans that are kind of like that. That if you look at their history long enough, or you'll find out that like skinheads are often technically, well, I say often, are sometimes Brujah. It could be mainly because Brujah and what's the other one? Gangrel are often like wild types or biker types. So you do kind of, you can theoretically end up with like skinheads and stuff as Brujah, young Brujah. God forbid you find some older Brujah, because you could technically find Brujah that specifically took part in certain atrocities in the lore. Who knows what he's planning?
I still don't trust LaCroix. But then again, the Camarilla didn't wholesale slaughter us upon arrival. God,
I mean, it doesn't really seem like the Camarilla here has a lot of numbers compared to the Anarchs. Technically, you can only learn Temporis if you're true Brujah, but there is a merit that you can get during character creation of a true Brujah called True Celerity, which is basically you're a true Brujah pretending to be a modern Brujah. So you've created a version of celerity so that it looks like you still have the power of celerity rather than time control. Oh, can I seduce him? Well, no, that's not seducing. That's persuasion. We'll do that.
It seems strange. LaCroix wanting to go to war against them all of a sudden. Something's not right.
I agree. I agree, we can't trust the prince.
Not what I mean, kid. Smell that? Smells like smoke. We gotta get out of here.
What do you mean?
We've been followed. That fire's coming from all directions. It's man-made. We gotta get out of here. This is bad.
The ashes were there and then they're gone. Big deal, it's pretty far off.
No, kid, you don't understand. The fire wasn't set to kill us. Come on, we gotta get to the tram. I didn't hide out here because it was a nice view. I did it because no one would come looking for me in these parts. This is werewolf country.
Yeah.
The wolves are gonna be out for blood for that fire. Come on, move!
Can we tell him it wasn't us?
Werewolves don't talk to us. Werewolves don't care. They kill on sight. Now let's move. Yeah, I'm scared of werewolves. 500 pounds of hair and claw. Guns are useless, and getting close is suicide. The only thing to do is run.
Oh
Now
God,
let's
it's
get to the
gone.
tram.
Oh
We can't waste
fuck.
any more time. Shit! It's leaving. Come on, kid. We gotta get inside that building until it comes back.
4 minutes till the next one. Fuck. Okay. Okay. Ow, no. I'm stuck. No, why are you pulling me back? Oh, what the fuck? Okay. Ugh. Oh, God damn it. All right. Come on. Survive. Yeah,
Heard a
pretty
lot about
much.
you. You've been a big help to the cause.
Thing is, though, how did it get to me so fucking fast?
Does he now?
Who knows what he's
I
planning?
Still don't trust something's not what I mean. We gotta get out of here.
What do you mean?
Kid, we've been followed. No, kid. I didn't hide out. The wolves are gonna be out for blood for that fire. Werewolves don't talk to us. No, we can't.
Yeah.
Shit, it's leaving. Come on, kid. We gotta get inside that building until it comes back.
Lamau. Lamau. Now, I do remember, too, that there was also something very specific that we have to do. We can technically kill this werewolf. Telling you no, you can't make a TV. That's usually the case. A lot of bloodlines can be. Oh, dead ends. Don't want to go in there. Hello? I was gonna say, we need to turn on the power, don't we? Something like that. Sneeze! Wait, did he just open it? No signal. No signal! Oh, okay, maybe there. Where is he? Hello? Hello? Did he... Stop it! I don't think he knows where I am. We're gonna do a quick save here. Hello? Oh, there he is. Oh, was he broken? I'm about to do something extremely regrettable. Okay, he's gone somewhere else. I think I did. I think he is broken. Because it's the same sound over and over. Yes, this mission is technically just survive, or I think if he comes here, I can close this and it'll kill him. But at this point, unless he just unfucks himself and scares the piss out of me, I think we've just kind of cheesed this mission. There's a lot of ways to do this mission. It's just now that he's bugged, it's just wait out this timer. I think we do. I think we get experience as well as like, I think technically we get like a title or something. Okay. Also, Claude, the thing that I sent you, let me know if you need the references or anything again. If you need the, because I think you drew some of the earliest pictures of both those characters, so you probably know what they look like. Or, hi, Skull Wolf. Speaking of wolves, we are currently hiding from a werewolf. Don't worry about it. Should I go ahead and start running to the other place, or do I just... Wait. Let's just try and... Oh, this is not the right end. Stop. Stop! It's not here! Why is it not here? Ah! It didn't actually come back yet? Are you serious? Ow, what am I stuck on? Hello? Fuck you! Let me on! Oh my god, open the door! Oh my god, oh my god, stop it. Woo! Okay, so the tram doesn't even start coming back up until the timer hits 0. That's the worst. Yeah, because it takes a certain amount of time for the tram to go around. Please don't land on top of the thing. Please don't land on top of the thing. The door's stuck. Door's stuck. Not even close. I need the scene of SpongeBob taking the trash out at night, and it just comes back in. Nailed it. Hello? Hi, some Jack.
Kid, get in the car. The sun will be up. We gotta get the hell out of here.
I love you, Jack. Passenger side? Oh no, it just fades to black. Okay. Full reboot, any lore from previous editions invalid? Some of it is, not all of it though. Jack, what the hell are you doing here?
Yeah, I got to you first. Anyone else and you'd be a pile of cinders right now.
Why? What happened?
LaCroix put out the word. He says you're in league with the Kuei Jin, Ming Zhao's puppet. That you're the one who set up Nines for her. See, he's figured it all out. And now your death is a big bullet point in his new Unity campaign.
Excellent.
There's a blood hunt on you.
Excellent.
He had to turn things around on you real quick since you found out about his deal with Ming Zhao. This is his plan B. Plan A was to kill you in Nines in Griffith Park. Now LaCroix is playing the victim.
Ah, so he was the one who set the fires.
Like his own child. He entrusted you with so much. And you took full advantage, sold out to the Kuei Jin, and cost the people their hero. They're saying Nines is dead and you killed him.
That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, correct.
Look, I'm here to help you. Again. But damn it, it's time. Time to make a choice.
Did Nines make it out of Griffiths Park?
You live to find out. You're gonna have to stay off the street and stay on the move, because it's open season on your ass. Vampires gonna be busting in from Sacramento to join in on this.
What the fuck? Oh, joy.
You need backing. You need the protection of one of the factions. Friends are the last thing you want to be without right now. But you have to get out of here. I got a driver who can get you where you need to go. Interesting guy, you like him. But this place is being watched. He's across Santa Monica by the junkyard. Get there and he'll get you out of town.
But then where?
He'll take you wherever you feel safest. In case we don't see each other again. Nice knowing you, kiddo. Give them hell. They deserve it.
Okay.
Go!
Let's at least save. Oh, hey, we're in my house. I did not even realize that. Email time. Ah, nothing new. We have like no blood. Oh, this is not going to go well. So we need to make it to the junkyard, which we know where that is. But I feel like it's not going to be... Oh, I almost killed him. Whoops.
Come on, let's step into the macabre halls of the Dark Carnival.
I knew it.
And please, enjoy the show.
Oh my god. Holy shit, you guys. Why are you taking no damage? Why is nobody taking any damage? You know what? Hold on. You know what this needs? I would like to move. Okay. I know going this way is going to end up being a bad idea. You're not gonna take me? Oh, this is blocked, completely blocked, isn't it? All right, who was just behind me that took a swing? Wait, that's the Malkavian. That's the Malkavian player. That's crazy. I see you. Fuck you. I hope that's not an end. Oh, and the other one was the Nosferatu. We're fucking Ithacas, dude. I need to go the long way, don't I? That seems to be the case. It wants me to go the long way. Okay, hold on. We need to swap. We need to swap the Glock to the... We didn't buy any Deagle ammo, did we? To the Colts. Okay. Oh, whoops. The thing too, though, is those people down there... Oh, I didn't click accept. That's my own pen. Oh, there's Nosferatu again. Okay, bye. Oh, that's a wolf, dude. Oh, Jesus. That's the Venture lady, I think. Ow. He's stuck, which is very funny. I don't think I can... Yeah, I can't feed on you. And I'm stuck too. Oh, hi. All right, who's gonna jump me in here? I'm a caving girl again. Another one standing down the road. Is it Kane? Is the Kane the one I'm running to?
Where to?
Give me the hell out of Santa Monica.
The fee will be steep.
I don't care. I need to get out of town. Okay. Magnum versus vampire, better than vampire, of course. So you know Jack?
I only recently made the acquaintance of Mr. Jack. He intrigues me very much. There are so few like him these nights, I think. But then I only know...
Then the actual vampire hunters? I did kill the vampire hunters.
The city. It sounds as if there are many who seek to sway the children of Cain to their side. Many who believe they shape the destiny of the blood. You work for Prince LaCroix, don't you?
I'm through with LaCroix. I should have backed nines right before it started. No, I'm beginning to think Kindred have it all wrong. The Quiet Jinn, though? Oh, I don't know. I'm through with LaCroix. We'll go with that one.
A curious experiment. But they have lost many battles and more leaders. Their rebellion is already
Hi,
failing
Kono.
in the eyes.
What trouble are you getting into?
Do you feel their notions of freedom have any real possibility?
3?
If the Anarchs managed to recapture this city, it would not be long before someone challenged them for it.
Wait, when did Nines try to fuck me over? LaCroix is the one who tried to fuck me over.
You spend an eternity this way?
Nines has been nothing but helpful the entire game. Always an eventuality in their life. True.
Come all, and step into the macabre halls of the Dark Carnival. And please, enjoy
Tree Kicker, how was your stream? Did you have fun playing Peak? I saw you and Squid were playing. Did you have a good time? Did you get into some trouble? How many times did you get thrown off the mountain?
Come all, and step into
Shriners? Oh my god. Speaking of Squid, has come over to give you a hug. Welcome in, Raiders. How was your stream? Did y'all have a good time? How was Peak? We are currently playing Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, which are we at the end? Is this just like an end questionnaire? But without Nines, I think it might be over.
The Anarchs have lost less than is thought. I hear there is one left who may be able to revitalize the movement. Maybe
Damsel?
It is just a rumor.
Unless it's Spider-Man, I'm not sure this is how big of a difference they'll make. I'd like to meet this person.
I know where you might find them, but you would have to be ready to commit to the Anarchs' fight for this city. I could just as easily take you downtown to see LaCroix.
Me? If I wait, is this basically choosing my ending right now? Well, we're gonna be playing it tomorrow. We're gonna be playing it tomorrow, you two. Basically, as soon as stream starts. I already have it pre-downloaded and everything. Also, we ended up killing my mill the entire time. Oh, good lord. Thrown her into the lava? Okay, but did she deserve it? Did she deserve it? Be honest.
If you share the Anarch's passion and would share the burden of such a fire, we will go to meet the last person capable of keeping them together.
You fucking push me! No, I could take the city by myself? I don't want to do this part like by myself. The entire rest of the way? Wow. Wow. You made them into a spectator, you monster. Okay, I guess we're just gonna go for Anarch sign. Could we have picked the Kwai Jin? I don't want to fight Ming though.
If that is your decision.
I guess. Okay, we can still talk with Ming and not fight her. The fuck are we? Oh. Uh-oh.
Where to?
Damn it! Wait, I can buy supplies through here? Oh.
Where to? It sounds as though you've all your sympathies seem to lie.
Okay. Hollywood. Was that where I was?
If you share the app.
I don't think I was supposed to walk backwards. No, I've not already fought Ming. Hi, Scarlet's and Joiner. Welcome in. Okay, those are the same options. Okay. I accidentally walked backwards because I was trying to figure out where we were. Ooh. Is this gonna be Isaac? I don't think so. Where are we? Oh, hey!
Good to see you, sister.
You too.
He's inside. Motherfucker's telling some tall tales, saying he wrestled a werewolf. You believe that shit?
It's true. You only wrestled one?
Yeah, whatever. And the Pope's my ghoul. Get it?
I'm sure the Pope's somebody's ghoul. Probably the Sombra ghoul. Not gonna lie. No? No one? Also, we're about to have we have an ad break in a minute. I guess I'm going... Oh, hey! Wait a minute. Isn't that the Brujah player model? I'm pretty sure that's the Brujah player model. Oh, I guess we're going down. No? Okay, first floor. Maybe I could have just taken the stairs. Damsel! Oh yeah, I could have just taken the stairs.
Hey, you're alive. Wow. The way Nine said things went down, I figured a werewolf would be crapping you out about now. Nines will be happy to see you made it out. I guess I am too. But that's between you and I, got it?
Grizzly Frostbite, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Aw, I love you too, Damsel. Yes.
Yeah. Just don't get him started on that damn werewolf again. Ugh. You'd think he'd stop at telling me the story twice.
Raspberry beret.
Go on in. I'll make sure no one interrupts. And man, I hope somebody tries.
Okay. Oh, Jesus, my dude.
You killed me. Sorry I couldn't clear your name yet. But I knew you'd make it in here in one piece. Hell, you get out of the park alive. Quite a feat, kid.
Oh yeah, I love Damsel.
You mean this guy? Can't say I got out without a scratch. Hell of a brawl, though. Unfortunately, we don't have time to swap war stories. We were set up, kid. Someone tried to get rid of us, and the list of suspects is short.
I don't think it was Zhao. I really don't. What's our next move?
Violence isn't always the answer, but in some cases, it's your goddamn right.
Because first,
Here's
these
the
are too
score.
damn
If Corey
expensive.
started the
Listen.
fires, he's marked you for death. And Zhao, even if she didn't start the fire, she's hoping we're dead.
She's been nothing but courteous to me.
Kuei Jin tried to wipe out the Anarchs for several years. The Anarchs used to have control of San Francisco. I'll give you one guess as to who attacked and drove them out.
No, all right, we'll take the ad break, chat. I will give y'all the game. And because I also need to run to the bathroom, and I want to see if we can actually finish this game today. I don't know how far away we are, but let me get to the... Oh, wrong thing. I need to open the browser. There we go. And restart. And goodness, we'll be back in a couple
that's
minutes.
me.
I will see you shortly.
You're probably
Have fun,
wondering
kids.
how I ended up in this situation.
You've done it. You've screwed them out of the game. How could you?
Step inside, step inside.
Okie dokie. Where am I? Hello? I don't want to block the way. I don't want to block the way. All right. Where am I? Where am I? Who are you people?
Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up in this situation.
Y'all are using the shit out of that redeem today. What is going on? Sorry, I had a momentarily longer than usual bathroom break. All right, I also need to go close the tab because I had Tree Kicker open as my one stream tab. Okie dokie, let me see here. Let's put you away. And then we can... Actually, no, I'm gonna have to wait for the game to end. I'm stupid. Is everyone playing right now? I would recommend V20. I would recommend V20. You're gonna have a lot more freedom. The thing is, though, if you're just getting into Vampire, and I think right now you can actually go buy like every single V5 Vampire book and more over on Humble Bundle for, I think it's like $25, which is literally cheaper than just a single book. No. V20 is 20th anniversary. V20 is the 20th anniversary edition. There's first edition, second edition, remastered, V20 and V5. V5 came out in like 2020, and it is made up of like only the primary clans, no bloodlines, hunter, werewolf, and that's pretty much it. That is pretty much it for V5. Yes, at humblebundle.com. I'm pretty sure because it's still the month of darkness, it's still for sale. So for $25 over there, it also goes to charity. You can go donate. You can basically get all of the V5 like content, basically all of it for $25. Huge pain to download. They made you download each book individually. Wait, it doesn't zip it? That's weird. Very weird. Huh. But yeah, it's because this month is the month of darkness and the new Vampire the Masquerade game is coming out. All right, let's put this away. Slide myself up a little bit. Bring this back. Let me double check. Hold on a second. I'm forgetting how to spell a word. All right. Renegade, not DTRPG. No, it's not Humble Bundle. Isn't it? Doesn't it get saved to your Humble Bundle account? Yes, I already preloaded Bloodlines too. All right, let me stop the music. Where is Spotify? There it is. There it is. And then we can continue. All right. Tried to wipe out the anarchists for several years. Anarchists have control. I give you one guess as to who attacked and drove them out. Sent the link to Renegade to download. Ah, okay. Okay, I gotcha. Redeem codes for all the books. Oh, I got you. Oh God, wait, that's probably a pain. VTMB subreddit. Oh yeah, it's getting extremely toxic. I follow it on my personal Reddit account, and it is a fucking nightmare over there right now. Means that they had an alliance.
What? The Kuei Jin and LaCroix? Even the Camarilla wouldn't let that fly. He wanted an alliance with me because his other one failed. That's twice they tried to get me killed. And kid, it's not gonna end there. It's us or them. You got a preference?
If you're going to take them out, you've got my support. There's no way we can stop them both.
There's no choice but to stop them both. We're marked for death. Both the Kuei Jin and the Camarilla need the Anarchs to fall. But if we lose LA, this last free state, the revolution ends. We got nowhere to go.
We can't let that happen, so what do we do?
I've already sent the troops out to raise hell all over the city. The Kuei Jin think we're busy with the camp, so they won't be expecting an attack.
I don't want to attack the Kuei Jin.
Done, right?
No! God damn it.
Zhao's been in LA for too many nights. Make tonight
Have a good night, Prey. Sleep well. I'm not going up against the Kuei Jin alone.
You'll be an outcast, alone. That how you want to leave it, kid? Because I thought you might be smarter than that. I can't tell you what to do. You write your own destiny. But if you go, you become
begrudging demon hunter.
Damned. That what you want? I've already sent the troops out to raise hell all over the city. The Zhao's been in LA for too.
Okay.
Once Zhao's out of the way, head to LaCroix's tower. You oust LaCroix, you'll be a hero in this city. I'm counting on you.
LaCroix's had it coming for a long time. Hell yeah. Hell yeah,
nobody's
dude.
Getting into Hollywood. I'll survive, but I wish I could be fighting at your side. This one's for LA, kid. No pressure.
The course is set? I guess so. Like that grenade of yours?
Just follow this street to the end.
Nice.
I'm all torn up.
Okay. Are you gonna come help me, damsel?
Go on in. I'll make sure no one...
Okay, that's all. She does not give me any other information. And what about you? Nothing? Can I come bother this shit out of you? Oh, hey. Email. Pears? Oh, Pearl. Sabat are here. Training Los Angeles, they'll get you more information than I need. Confirm they're located in the old subway tunnels or the sewers. I found someone to clean them out of the underground. They even persuaded the gargoyle to join us as it wasn't connected to the Sabat. Nice. Important. Sabat 1. Sabat had taken over the old Asian theater and placed a gargoyle to guard it. Seems to be nearly impervious to firearms. Perhaps a blunt instrument would be more effective. Why does it bring that up now? Didn't we gave it to the Anarchs, right?
Come all and step into the macabre halls of the Dark Carnival.
Holy shit, Sai, what the hell?
Enjoy the show.
Sai! Welcome in, Raiders! How was your stream? What the fuck? I just had your stream open. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I literally just opened your stream like less than 5 minutes ago. Hold your horses. Hold your horses. Welcome in, Raiders. How was your stream? Did you have a good time? What trouble did you get into? Did you burn anything down? Okay. We are currently playing Bloodlines 1 to get ready for Bloodlines 2, which I think now I need to go... Do I need to go talk to Kane? I think I need to go all the way back and talk to the taxi. I'm guessing. I'm going to Chinatown, where I have 1 point of blood. With 2 mountain tabs, it happens. I need to go buy supplies. Okay, I guess I did not mean to click trips, but that's fine.
Hey there. Alright, here's what we got.
Well, he has all the ammo I need, but that is not useful.
Where to?
Thing is, though, is buy blood.
Need a fix?
Thing is, though, is I can't afford it. It's so expensive. Why the fuck do you sell Elder Vitae, dude? Where did you get this? Also, I still have this fleshy orb that I don't know what to do with. Who was that? Kemet, welcome in. Thank you guys for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. Is it because you have to do your real life job with real life problems? No, Kona was here earlier today. He's here most days. He's here very frequently.
Where to?
All right, I guess we're going to Chinatown in hopes that I can get some blood there. Yeah, we're kind of at the end. Can. That worked out shockingly well. I don't think it should have worked out that well. Although I don't think it's going to work out that well on this guy now. Oh no, it will. Oh, I should have fed on him too. I should not have snapped his neck. That's fine. Hello? Oh, he has a crossbow. I'm pretty sure they saw me. Okay. Is he also using fire crossbows? Like having some Chinese? Having a Chinese? Are you having a Chinese? Let me see if I can... Oh, they saw me. I'm trying to figure out what places count as dark and what doesn't. I'll be lurking because I have dinner. Go enjoy your food! Now we're gonna have the annoying parts here. Because apparently that guy is hyper vigilant. What if I used blood buff? Would it make me quieter if I just snapped his neck while using blood buff? Because it raises dexterity by 2. Let's try it. Oh, it didn't set him off. Okay, we're gonna feed on him though. There we go. Oh no, I doubled! Okay, whew. Stand up, damn it. Ow. Illegal. Ow. Thing is though, can you tell how high my defense is? Okay, that one actually hurt. What the fuck? You know what? Oh, there is another. Okay. Thing is, I really don't want to be hit by that pyro crossbow. Woo! Oh, shit. Okay, that didn't do nearly as much damage as I thought it was going to do. Yeah. Okay. Seems like we're good. We're playing Toreador. Oh, hey, buddy. The hell was that? Oh, what the fuck? Get up, idiots. Open the fucking door. Oh my god. Wow, I am glad I am apparently really sturdy.
Hey.
I'm trying to eat you. Poppy's Hot Ones chicken sandwich, spicy chicken sandwich with this Hot Ones branded sauce on it. It was yummy. Also, the lady who served me gave me 2 because they forgot to prepare my order. Aww. The main reason I wanted to come in here was because there was these. Why is my skin black all of a sudden? Okay, it's just a crossbow. Okay then. I don't think she's gonna like let me get away now that I'm like killing her men. Oh, hi, buddy. There's all those guys up there. He sees me, doesn't he? Ooh. Honestly, I was kind of hoping he was going to pay us back. Did someone say wispy? Nope. Sir, you don't want this smoke. You don't want this smoke. So be it. You missed. Ow. Excuse me. Actually, oh, hi. Y'all came all the way around just for little old me. Although I am going through. You know what? Come here. Anyway. All right, where's the rest of you? There you are. Ow. We don't need health potions where we're going. This era of video games when guns focus on sounding satisfying rather than realistic. Oh, hey, there's another person over there. Oh, I could have opened this gate. Buddy, are you coming or not? Let me eat you! Oh my god. Oh, I can never figure out when it's going to double register clicking. But have you countered the almighty power of gun? And the thing is, though, in this game, it's not like almighty power of gun. It's... how do we say it? It's more like it was poorly designed and the only thing that's feasible late game is the gun. Rats, we are the rats.
Well, look at you.
There's a Buddha statue here. Oh, there's another chest here. Who did that? Gnarly Quinn, welcome in. How are you doing? It's how you kill Bigfoot? Almost certainly. Okay, yeah, it just wanted me to get the crossbows. Which, wait, didn't we had a regular crossbow, but we sold it, didn't we? Okay, yeah. Yeah. These guys, I am not going to be able to sneak up on, so... Oh, wait, how did y'all hit me? Ow, my fucking... Oh, you're right here next to me. Hello, come here. Ow. Gentlemen, that is rude. I am trying to feed on you. Oh, hi. Ow. Oh my god. Woo. Stop it. Stop it. Oh my god, bite him. Oh my god. Jesus. They watched Blade? Nothing much happened today? Hell yeah. Oh, so we were basically out of ammo on this gun already. Got good amount there. Don't have any there. Okay, what did I buy ammo for again? The Glock? The Spaz. Here, let's do... Change this. Change the Spaz to the flamethrower. Reload the flamethrower. Excellent. Excellent. Oh, I should swap two as well. To the Glock. Okay. Oh.
Well, look at you.
Hello, Hidden. Welcome in. How are you doing? What trouble are you getting into? Now this, if this is the Min Zhao fight, is the worst boss fight in the game. Unfortunately. Ooh.
Hey.
Oh. I heard you. Where are you? Hi, buddy. Oh, there's two of you. Of course there is. Oh, there's three of you. Oh, now it opens? Oh, hi. So that's what that was. Did it get stuck? Oh no. That doesn't seem good. Hi, buddy. Oh, you realize there was a gap. Oh. Hello. Again, I don't like how loud that is. I'm not going in there. Jesus. Please die. Oh no! Oh, son of a fucking bitch, dude. Oh, that was going so well. Oh, damn it. Thank you for self-care. To save the worst for last? It's not even last. It's not even last. Which is, I think, the worst part. Hello, sir. It's okay, you didn't have time to sound the alarm. Okay, that door disappearing honestly kind of scared me a little bit. Oh. Okay, never mind. Let's not do that. I wanted to snoop to see if there was any, like, artifacts or anything. Hello. Oh. Why? Okay, that's the other door that we probably would have been able to come in through. There's somebody standing in there. Use either henchmen or traps, not both. Henchmen are gonna get stuck on the traps.
Come on, let's step into the macabre halls of the Dark Carnival. And please, enjoy the show.
Hi, RW. How are you doing? What's up, dude? How's Battlefield? Did you have a good time? Hi, buddy. Listen, y'all keep giving me things to suck on as basically just a free assassination. I'm gonna take it. Instead of spending the 5 or 6 bullets it takes. Again, I do not know what is exploding in here. Oh, there he is. Oh, it's another one of the brothers. There's another one of the brothers in there. Hi, sir. Ow. Oh, I got stuck. I would like to get past you. Move, motherfuckers. Move, fat ass. Why am I getting slowed down by my own celerity? Let me eat you. Let me eat you. Always faithful, always forward. Aww. Is it just stuck there? Okay. Again, I can't, like... This one, I'm pretty sure I can open this door. Nope. There was one I could open. Woo! Oh, hi! Oh, it was you two! No! Okay, that's fine. Oh, shit. Are you even holding a gun? Oh, I don't want to do that. Motherfucker! I'm getting stuck on lanterns. Sorry, you were reloading. Why did that work? No, I keep hitting the wrong button. You know what? Hello? Okay. Click the wrong button again. You, sir, can come here. I am I am now stuck. Come on. I would like to eat you. How's being a vampire going? It would be better if I wasn't getting stuck on the most minute features of the game.
Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up in this situation.
I can open this door. Well, I was hoping for interesting things in here, or even like a relic. Oh, apparently I still... Hi, buddy. Eat him, damn it. How's eating people? Awesome. Awesome. They're not having a good time, but I'm having a great time. Oh, there's... I heard a crossbow go off. Oh, there's two of you! Come here. Whew. Motherfucker is still over there throwing fireballs. You can see his hands there too. Hey, buddy. Are you stuck? Oh, hi. Oh, god damn it. I think he's bugged. I think that NPC is bugged up there. He's like shooting it into the ceiling. Okay, he's dead. Hope I didn't need anything from him. Anybody know? Come on, buddy. Hi. Should enjoy getting sucked then, shouldn't they? Oh my god. Oh, it's the bath. She's gonna be so mad at me. There's no way I'm gonna be able to talk her out of this, am I? Right? Right? Oh, hey guys. I know there's another guy over there. I just saw him. This is so stupid. Before I jump down there he is. I don't need to fight him. It's fine. Excuse me, pardon me. Oh. Oh, hi! Where'd you come from? Let me eat you. Sorry, it's very funny to me to make absurdly goofy slurping sounds. Oh, that was weird. But the camera broke for a second, kinda got scared. Where are y'all coming from? Oh, hey. There's another one of you down here. Yeah, the big boss of this place. Ming Xiao is in here somewhere. And I almost want to say it's through this door. Or not? I feel like it is through this door, or I could just lock the door. Hi. Is there multiple of y'all up there? He just shot the balcony. Darn it. God damn it. There we go. Okay then. Somebody's... Oh, that's the guy that had the sword. Okay, we'll go this way. You know, I was thinking those were traps, but I think there's only a couple of them that are traps. We'll go this way. Hello? Where did you come from? Oh, I am dying. You know what? He's right around the corner. Come here. Fuck you, dude. Fuck these NPCs and their fucking hair triggers. Bitch. Okay. Oh boy. I'm guessing that's what that trap was. That's where they came from. There's some people in the walls. They're in the fucking walls! Honestly, really cool idea for a place that has paper walls. Can I... Oh, pick up. Oh, where was that? Aha. It is kind of funny that there's no sound effects for these things, so they kind of might as well be styrofoam. Okay. Ming, I'm sorry. Please don't hate me. Oh no. Hello. Oh no, why did there have to be more puzzles? Back into a corner. Come here. Come here. You can see the block things. Okay. Oh, man. Again, though, it feels like... Okay, I guess we have to go this way. There's 4 pedestals, but... Oh, hey, guys. Oh. Oh, okay. You're gonna come after me? Oh, there goes the ammo on that. Oh, we did get some deagle ammo. Nice. Significantly more accurate. Ow, stop it. Are those explosives? Stand up. Oh my god, y'all are exhausting! Ugh. This late game is driving me up the wall. Are you dead, Jens? Are you phasing into the wall? Oh, how did that hit me? Thank you for dying. Thank you. I'm going to kill myself. I'm going to kill myself. It's over. It's fucking Jover. Where the fuck am I? Okay, I know where I am. Let's do this real quick. Swap out you for the eagle. No? It's not this section. Okay. That's where he came in, so it would have to be this way. Alright, let's do it again. Oh, come on. Okay, one down. Ow, ow! Motherfucking quick save. Oh, what the fuck? Is that him? Is he rapid firing? Ow, fuck off! Well, yeah, honestly, if we didn't have the unofficial patch, we probably would have given up 3 streams ago, is what I'm thinking. Oh, motherfucker! I fucking forgot. I fucking forgot. That is not the right reticle. Okay, I think I did quick save after that. Hey! It's definitely that panel right there. So if I... Gib cat. Cat on the 8 pedestal? The ones that looks like loops? Jump. Jump. Crane on the spiral pedestal. Jump. Okay. There's the 8 cat. This one is the crane. Save. Get out the deagle. And what I imagine is these are probably going to be catty corner. Oh, yeah. Seriously? Are you? Come on. Okay, there's only one in each room. So, let's do it this way. Hi, buddy. I'm glad you were a little bit bugged. Because I hate you. Okay, that still counts as the pyro. Okay, then. Whoop. Oh, wait, what was... That one's the... Okay, the 4 pillars one. Whoop. Hi, buddy. Were you just waiting for me? That's a shame. Eat pants, my dude. And then the dragon goes in the other one. Okay. Thinks I hate it. This is the elephant. This is the dragon. Oh boy, magic! I would not like to be in this room. Is it a portal? Yeah. Hi, Ming.
You've become a grave disappointment, Kindred. This was not meant to be your destination.
Can I just snooze in the ad break? Did any of the rest of us? Purpose is not yours to decide.
More than a pawn, Kindred. Puppet of those who drew the boundaries.
That's true, but I don't think the game actually lets us completely side with the Qui-Jin, does it?
Power to right the balance of this city. It will
I mean, they're technically supposed to be Asian, but it does feel like the people they got to play her are kind of LARPing.
You will have time to ponder this folly as you are devoured by worms and disease.
Okay. All right, let's get the flamethrower out. Where's my flamethrower button? That's not my flamethrower button. Oh God, why does she have nipples? Is this an updated model? I could have sworn this model used to look worse. Ow, stop it. Okay. Ow! Knock that shit off. Ow! Hold on, wait, where's my... Oh, did I think I accidentally swapped. I only have 25 bullets left? Shit. Shit. Ow. Okay, that was bullshit. Oh, there's the second one. Stuck together? Correct. All right, you know what, chats? You know what? Fuck this game. Because I figured we were never going to make it past this boss. Because this boss fucking sucks. If you don't kill her fast enough, which I'm unfortunate to find that the flamethrower does not in fact fucking kill her fast. She is borderline impossible to kill. And I am not willing to turn a 2004 RPG into fucking Dark Souls. I am unwilling. How Bambino's story ends? Listen, just take it as just think of the canon story where we succeed, we leave LA and we go off and start meeting a bunch of really, really cool elders and antediluvians. Non-finished, like I said. There was no guarantee we were even going to be able to finish it, Sunstar. I've watched multiple people get to this boss fight, even with the unofficial patch, and then essentially basically have to turn on console commands. Is now your canon story dead? Apparently. Yeah, apparently. Apparently that is, in fact, what happened. Jesus, we had 25 new followers today. What the fuck was going on today? Because I remember looking at it before stream started and being like, okay, we're back above the 0.3 mark.
Well,
and now we're at 327 is what we are at now. But let me see who is live really quick. I think we're going to end up rating a Terra again. I know we rated a Terra last week.
At you.
Marty Tari, Sir Scorch, thank you for the follow, both of y'all. Welcome in. We'll be back tomorrow, you guys. We're going to be back right at noon CDT. CST? CT, who cares? Central US time. We are going to be playing Bloodlines 2 when it comes out. Me when I give up on Demon Souls. The thing is, I don't like beating my head against a brick wall. If the fight was interesting and it was like a modern RPG, I'd be fine with it. But that fight, Ming Zhao's fight, is a known, basically, place where you are guaranteed to get stuck. Jesus. Sorry, I just saw a streamer that I hadn't seen in a long time. And she got a new model I hadn't seen before, and Jesus Christ, she is breasting boobily. But I'm trying to find if anybody's doing anything spooky. Anybody doing anything spooky? Spooky. No, because I don't think she's a good content creator. Because her thing is girlfriend experience and having huge tits. I snoop. I like to know things in the community. That doesn't mean every person I follow is somebody that I'm like, this is an awesome content creator. Nah. No. But I am not finding anybody else that's jumping out at me for something spooky or someone I know. Oh, wait. Okay. I think we're going to raid a Terra. We're going to raid a Terra because Terra's also doing a partner push. Terra Nox. All right, guys. I will see you tomorrow for Bloodlines 2. I am sorry we didn't finish this game. I just do not have the rage left in me to swim upstream for this game. But until next time, guys, I will see you tomorrow, noon CDT, for the game I've been looking forward to since 2017. And it's going to be everybody's fucking problem. Let's do the excited emote. No, it's super hype. That's what it is. Partner push raids. All right. We shall VT him unto death. Correct. I also do not know how long the campaign is in that game. But until then, guys, thank you for being here. Thank you for being awesome. Thank you for enjoying the show. And I will catch you later. Stay out of trouble, or I will find you.